Okay.
Because nanti Kak Aisyah, when the participants write messages ke apa tu, masa tu is bad because when you start your video tu nanti you cannot see the chat,
Right.
kan?
Right.
Ada somebody to assist lah.
Yeah. Hopefully that they will, more people will turn on their cameras and talk, then she doesn't have to read the chat.
Ya betul. Yes.
InsyaAllah.
InsyaAllah. InsyaAllah. And then ada YouTube channel juga.
Aduh.
Betul. Kami open kat situ juga. Kalau ada soalan nanti kami akan kami akan ajukan.
Kak Aisyah boleh try you punya slides sementara.
Okay. So I share screen sementara. Bismillah. Saya jarang pakai Zoom, so that's why. Okay. Where do I go? Google Chrome? No. I want to close this. Kan? I should close this, right?
Apa tu dah ni dah allow Madam Aisyah untuk ni ke?
Dah Madam.
Sini lah. Dah boleh share ke Mi?
Sila. Dry run. Dari kering.
InsyaAllah. So, I close. Nampak tak?
Tak.
Baru turn on. Tak dah
Belum.
Okay, kejap. I go back to Zoom. Oh, press share kot. Apa ni? Cikgu tak pandai.
Okay.
Dah?
Dah.
Shall I just leave it here?
Boleh juga ataupun sekejap lagi you share balik.
Okay, so I stop share. Alright. Okay. Ada lagi nak try?
Apa lagi you nak try?
How do you do the breakout rooms?
Breakout rooms ni I tak pernah try Zoom, tapi kalau yang Webex aku dah try, you just bila you klik dekat breakout rooms,
dia ada assign automatically, manually, let participants choose room.
So kalau assign automatically tu you yang kena assign.
So better kalau diorang ni nak kita kata how many rooms depending how many people, then click let participant choose room, macam tu lah kak?
Yes.
Oh okay, 5 participants per room. Alright. Nanti I want to try this lah one day for my students.
Kena pakai Zoom lah.
Kan?
Google Meet tak ada.
Hari tu diorang kata kat office they were saying that we are going to stop using Google Meet untuk exams and all that, and we have to move towards Teams.
Oh, Teams
Dan Cik Noh lah yang bagi tahu, dia kata. Tapi not so soon lah.
Tapi Teams tu I think kalau tak silap dia pakai less data sebenarnya Teams tu.
Sebab dia kata yang Google tu insyaAllah nanti akan expire, yang free tu.
Ya ke? Oh, ingatkan you air bayar.
Tak. Sorry tak ada. Aduh, sekejap. Turn this on. Saya tak successful nak tukar background. Sebab tak apa? Dah ada gambar, background keluar, tapi saya tak keluar.
Ya.
tak apalah. Tengoklah background saya.
Ataupun because of that video filters tu, you ni tak?
Tak tahulah. I didn't turn on the video. Nanti I try again during break time.
I okay je. You are, kejap. You are A some more. You are A.
Where you get full picture? I saw one. You ambil gambar ni
Ini gambar kat internet je Kak.
Okay lah. What was the sister's name dekat Harliana Harliana.
Ni kampung saya.
Mana ni? Macam London je.
Ken.
Oh, you pergi Ken. My nephew was there, and then my niece on Bahar side pun kat situ. Kan?
Ya, best kan? Dia cakap best tak?
Diorang kata best, tapi small town kan?
Dia retirement punya area.
Because before that she was in London itself, so mak dia kata tak apa, nak belajar pergi Ken, jangan duduk sini. Tak habis tak belajar.
London tu untuk hoye-hoye je.
Okay lah tu dapat pergi London.
Have je duduk London. I think dah boleh get ready lah Kak Aisyah.
Ya, okay madam. As for now 16 participant.
Okay.
Sekejap dekat YouTube. Okay, kita mulakan ke?
Okay, Allah.
Shall we begin? Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to begin, please be seated comfortably wherever you are. Okay, I have a few housekeeping notes to make before we begin today's program. First, I would like to seek your cooperation in completing this training. Kindly mute your microphone to avoid interruption, and please register through I attend to attendance. We also stream this program via our YouTube channel IUM MST Competency Development for Playback Later. Okay, thank you for your kind cooperation. Okay, it's my pleasure to be the MC for today's trainings. I'm Haliana on behalf of the MST training team. I would like to extend a very warm welcome and pass this session to our speaker, Madam Adeline Low Hugh Lin, or Madam Aisyah Abdullah from CELPAT IUM for training Mastering Communication. Without further ado, please welcome them.
Thank you, Mr. Haliana, for the nice welcome. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. I see a lot of names, some profile pics, but I have not seen any faces yet this morning. Inshallah, as we move on to our first session, I will see and have more interactions face to face, although virtually with all of you this morning. So before we begin, shall we begin with Al-Fatiha? Bismillah. Okay, all right. So today we are here to start the first series on mastering communication for the workplace, right? And specifically for if some of you could like introduce yourself a little bit. Let me know which department you belong to, or which kuliah, or which unit, right? So, and I hope that this session will not just be me talking on my own to the camera, but we will have more like a sharing session or a more interactive session. It is mastering communication for oral communication. So the ultimate objective is for you to be able to communicate orally and as fluently as possible with your internal and external stakeholders. Okay, so I'd like to begin with a little ice-breaking session All right. A little bit about myself before we begin, in case you have not seen me around on campus or are not, we have not met before. Like Madam Harliana just introduced me. My name is Aisha. All right. I reverted to Islam many years ago when I was in the US, and that was where I did my first degree. That was in 1987. Okay, so I spent a number of years in the US. Initially, I was doing my degree, then I got married, and then I stayed longer to do my master's. Then my husband did his master's, and then after a number of years, we returned for his PhD. So overall, I think we spent about what was I going to say? Forgotten already. See, so during the time that after I finished my degree and before we went back again to do the PhD, was that there was a little gap of years, and I started working with IIUM in 1990. I failed my math in SPM, or almost failed. So I think, so that's why I'm an English teacher and not a mathematics teacher. But I think roughly I have served IIUM for more than almost 20 over years. Yeah. Although I took a bit of leave to follow my husband to do his PhD. But IIUM is my first and only employer. And since I will be retiring in 2 years, I don't see myself moving to another workplace. So all my workplace communication has been with people on this campus, and I consider this campus and IIUM my second family. And my family would say that it's sometimes like my family, because I spent so many hours with the people that I work with. Okay, so I wonder if any of you would like to introduce yourselves before we move on to my slides. Anyone?
Malu ni, malu.
Assalamualaikum, Madam Aisha. I'm Robita Khalid. I'm working at Ahmad currently.
Okay.
And I have a vast experience. Actually, before I joined IIUM, I was on an officer from Ericsson Telecommunications, Sdn Bhd, for about 5 years. And then in IIUM is about 18 years now.
Okay.
From me.
You are also
so
super senior, Madam Robika.
Sorry,
You are like a super senior as well at IIUM.
Yes, yes, Madam. So I have 5 kids. The big one is actually 23 years, the oldest, and then the youngest is 13 years.
Okay, you and I have one thing similar right now. I also have 5 kids, but my eldest is 31.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you so much, Madam Robita. Anyone else would like to, share a little bit about themselves?
Hello, Assalamualaikum, Madam Aisha and the rest. Okay, my name is Rostam Effendi Sija. So currently I am at the Sport Development Center, IIUM. Joined IIUM since 2001. This is my 20th year. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, previously I was a teacher before. I graduated from UPM in 1998 in Bachelor of Physical Education. And then I was a teacher for 3 years before I joined IIM in 2001. So I have 3 kids. Alhamdulillah, my eldest is now in Korea, pursuing his study after SPM.
Okay.
And then I have 2 more daughters, PDPR here at home.
Okay.
So my wife is monitoring them, not me. Okay. So Alhamdulillah, today I still woke up because this morning I forgot to watch the football match. The TV was watching me, not I was watching the TV.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brother Rustam. That was very informative. And it's interesting that your eldest is in Korea.
Yes, madam.
Daughter or son?
Son.
And
My
what is
son.
so?
He's pursuing what do you call it? Science and technology.
Science and technology.
Focusing on food sciences.
Oh, okay. All right. So soon he'll come back and he will be doing annyeonghaseyo with you.
Every night he will see with his mother lah, not me.
Alhamdulillah, your wife is very good. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you, Brother Rustam. Okay. All right. Anyone else? You know, one of the things about speaking in public or being able to be comfortable when we try to speak face to face with people that we are not familiar with or we don't know very well is the barrier in our minds actually of that we may make mistakes or we may appear less professional perhaps, or other people are judging us in terms of how we speak or what we look like. So it's something which is a barrier that we actually impose on ourselves, because if you think about it, when we were born as babies, none of us were born afraid to speak. Right, so it's not something which Allah gave to us. It's something that we learned and on our own, right? Based on our own life experiences or the things that we have gone through, right? So one of the things which I'd like to encourage is that with any language skill, anything at all, in fact, any skill at all, not just language skill. Even with cooking, when I first had to learn to cook, I was a terrible cook because when I grew up, I never had to go to the kitchen. But when I had to go and live in the US, I had to learn to manage myself. So I slowly learned, how to be comfortable in the kitchen. Same with any other skill. This is similar to anything else that you experience in life. The more you do something, inshallah, the better that you will be at it, right? So I think with speaking especially, it has to be, and not just speaking, but here the word is communication. Communication requires two people. The medium can change. It can be like today we're speaking virtually on camera, or it could be through the written word using written text, all right? So that is different avenues or different delivery systems to communicate with each other, okay? So what we want to do today is hopefully, the objective of today's lesson is, or not lesson, but sharing, okay? Sorry, I always am in my teacher mode, right? So even if I go out, my kids tell me, Mom, don't talk to the cashier like you're a teacher. They all know the way you speak, they know you're a cikgu, okay? I said, I can't help it. After 20 over years, this is what you sound like, right? But I think one of the things that we want to be hopeful for by the end of this session today, by the end of 4:30, is that you will be able to pick up some ideas or in terms of how to communicate better. Hopefully you'll also be able to be more aware of how you communicate yourself with your team members. And at the same time, we hope that you will be able to learn some new vocabulary or new phrases that you will be able to use when you have discussions with your team members, all right, or with your bosses, or you as the boss, how you will be able to communicate better with your own people in your own units, all right? So I'm going to begin by sharing today's screen. Let me try. Madam Haimi. Madam Haimi is my coordinator at IFLA. She's the one that approached me and asked if I would like to do this session. And initially I said, okay, yeah, sure. And she caught me at a time where I was really busy and I said, okay lah, tak apalah, tolonglah Puan Serini, saya tolong dia, do something for IFLA, nak contribute to CELPAD. And then for the last 2 weeks, I have been trying to figure out how best or what to do that would be beneficial for everyone here. So needless to say, I have been very nervous about meeting all of you for the first time this morning. Okay, so please bear with me. If there's anything that you'd like to ask or anything that you need me to repeat or to explain further, please do stop at any time, okay? I welcome interaction. So in fact, I depend on the interaction, right, for us to be able to have a really good session together. Right. So Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This morning we're here to do mastering business communication. All right. And hopefully you will pick up the elements and the skills that you need in order to communicate better with your team members. Okay. Can everybody see the screen? Yes. Can I get a thumbs up?
Yes, madam.
Thank you very
Yes.
much. Okay. Right. So we did a little bit of getting to know some of you. So hopefully as we move along, I'll get to know more. What would be one thing you would like to do after MCO is lifted? How is everybody doing with MCO? Are we okay? I feel like I'm trapped in a time warp and not able to move on. It's like my home is now my prison, my children said. Now they cannot go anywhere. And I have 4 kids at home. The eldest is away, so you can imagine everybody's home. So what would be one thing that you'd like to do after MCO is lifted? If you are comfortable with turning on your camera and answering the question, please do. If not, do turn on your mics and let me listen to your wonderful voices this morning as you answer this question. Or lastly, if nothing else, then Madam Harliana will have to help me read the chat as you tell me what would be the one thing that you would like to do after MCO is lifted.
Okay, madam, I will assist you.
Thank you, Sister Harliana. How are we doing? Madam Robita, what would be the one thing that you'd like to do after MCO is lifted?
I'm thinking of traveling back to my kampung,
Okay,
Terengganu.
Terengganu. Oh, around Terengganu. Okay, right. I've never been to Terengganu. At least, well, not never. I haven't been there since I was 13. I went there by bus with my sister, with a group of relatives, and we went to see the turtles. But I have not been back since. So I would like to go to Terengganu too.
Yes, but nowadays I do not have my parents is with me now.
I see.
So it's very hard to go back to Terengganu because I am living. My parents is living with me, so I have to take care of her. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Robina. Anyone else?
Sister Aina said visit families.
Yes. Yeah, many of us, I think, who are living away from their family or their parents would like to go back and visit them. Yeah. With the travel restriction, we have not been able to see our family who live away from us. Yeah. Okay. Anything else?
Madam, me again.
Yeah.
Lepak kedai mamak. First thing I want to do.
Watching football?
Watching football, chit-chat with friends.
Yes. That I realized that I miss that too. Communicating on the camera is not quite the same. Yeah. Okay. Right. So I think all of it. Anything else, Sister Harliana?
Brother Zaidi Darapa said vacation.
Okay. Vacation, travel. All right.
Sister Abazalila said dine in.
Yes, makan-makan. Yes, Malaysians' favorite pastime. Makan-makan, minum kopi, minum teh, and travel. Balik kampung. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully, inshallah, we will get to do that soon. Yeah. If more and more people get vaccinated, we should be able to go back to some kind of normalcy. Okay. Right. So This morning, we are going to talk about the 7 C's of effective communication and also verbal and non-verbal communication, right? So these are basically known or often talked about components or principles for effective communication, right? Many authors of textbooks, they would outline these and propose these elements in order to be able to communicate effectively. Some authors talk about 5 C's, some authors use 7, but basically they overlap each other and they're basically about the same. Right, so we will talk about that a little bit, and then we will talk about 2 types of communication: verbal and non-verbal. What are these, and how we can be better aware of what they are? What are some of the things that we do that we can control better in order to be more effective communicators? All right, and then we'll have a little break. And then at 11 to 12:45, we'll talk about business communication etiquette. By that, I mean what to do during a meeting, how to open it, what are some of the phrases that you can use. Perhaps you're looking for new vocabulary or different ways instead of saying the same phrases all the time. Okay, so I will introduce you to some. I hope they will be useful. And then we will also talk about constructive feedback. When you have to give feedback to your team members, how best to do it, what are some of the tips that you can, for you to be able to have a good feedback session, all right? And then we'll have a break for lunch and prayer. And then we'll come back again at 2 and talk about steps to communicate clearly and effectively. And then we'll have a short question and answer session, or the question and answers can be throughout the session, and that's fine as well, all right? Okay, so what are the 7 C's? The 7 C's are, because they all start with C, so they all are ideas that are contained under those subcategories. So the first one would be clarity, right? To be clear, when you want to communicate, you want to be as clear as possible, right? Whether you're communicating to your team members, whether you're communicating to external stakeholders, people in the industry, whether you're communicating to your supervisor, your immediate supervisor, or even at a meeting with some of the top management. Okay, so we want to be as clear as possible in terms of what is the message that we want to get across. In order to do that, we want to be keep it simple. In order to be clear, we want to keep it simple. Okay, direct. All right, and organized. So if you have too much information, sometimes that can come off as losing the impact, because what is important is lost because there's too much being said, right? So number 1 is clarity, all right, to be clear. Number 2 is conciseness, which is another word to mean short but sweet. Okay, so you want to get to the point. If it's one thing that I notice about a lot of Asian cultures, we can be very prone to, or we're concerned about politeness, right? So much that we want to take care of the other person's face, right? In Asia, there is this concept of face, right? Where we want to make sure that we do not unnecessarily embarrass somebody. So in order to get that point across, I think the Malay word is when you have to berlapis, all right? Like instead of serving, if you go to the US and you ask for a cup of coffee, they just give you the mug, that big mug, right? And they will just serve you that big mug of coffee. But if in the Asian culture, when I first got married, I noticed that the difference between how I grew up as a Chinese and how I noticed the etiquette in the household of Malay household would be that when I had to serve tea, for example, I would have to go and get what do you call that? The tea and the alas, the cup and the saucer, and then you have to have the teapot, and then you have to have a dulang, and then on the dulang you have to have the lapik. Okay, so there in that culture, that is actually quite symbolic of how many of our locals communicate with each other. Firstly, usually there is layers to that conversation. However, in the English speaking or in the Western world, what they would recommend is always to get to the point. Okay, so here we have a little bit of intercultural difference, right? So really, I guess it really depends on the culture of the people who you're communicating with. You don't, because if you for some people, if you are too direct, it may be misconstrued as rudeness, where you are seen as, you know, being disrespectful of that person that you're communicating to or with, and so you need to have some fillers or some introduction before you actually get to the point that you want to make, right? So I would say that with conciseness, which means to get to the point, all right, to be direct as possible, you would want to actually also bear in mind who you're speaking to, all right, and try to adapt to that as well. Okay, so you need to have a balance. Yeah. Okay. Concreteness is another C that they recommend, which actually means the specifics. Okay, what in order to, for example, if you're writing an email and you want to ask your team members to do something, to perform a task, you would need to provide them specific information. Okay, we're talking about, of course, and this has to do with number 5 as well. All right, so concreteness means what is the task that you want to do? Okay, so specify. I'd like you to prepare a report. Okay, what kind of report? Right, do you want a financial report? Do you want a review of a site report? Do you want a report on a particular person who's doing the job? Okay, a report on a particular product, perhaps. Okay, so we need to specify. We don't want to just say, okay, can you prepare a report? But instead, specify the type of report that you require your team to prepare, and at the same time include all the information that you would want them to have in that report. So we are talking about the 5 W's and the 1 H. Okay, so the 5 W's being who, what, where, when, okay, why, and then the 1 H would be how. Right? So you want them to be able to include, right, the information that you feel is necessary. And for you to be able to do that, for them to be able to do that, you would need to actually say what is it that you are looking for, right? So be specific and be complete all the info, right? Last on this slide is number 5, correctness. Okay, correctness relates to spelling, language, right, grammar, typos. So before you send out your email or before you publish a WhatsApp on your WhatsApp chat, okay, you want to be sure that these are all correct. Okay. Why can't I go to my next slide? Sorry. Okay, number 6 is courtesy, right? Where we want to be able to be kind, also to be well-mannered, right? In Islam, we have the word adab. Okay, and I think that's one of the very important factors in order to be able to communicate, not just effectively, efficiently, but as a Muslim. Okay, one of the things that we want to be able to convey to others and model after is the proper adab, right? So courtesy actually also means that we want to recognize different viewpoints. Okay, So if you are dealing with many people in your teams, or you're dealing with many departments, there may be, as you well know, different people have different opinions, okay, and how you're able to react with or respond to these different situations with different people, okay, is actually crucial. Okay, how you do it, in what manner you do it, not just what is being said, not just the content, not just the message, but the manner, delivery of what is being said, right? So that has to do with courtesy, right? And the last one is consideration. So consider your visual design, consider your message, consider how is it that you are presenting this, okay? Right? Any questions so far? Are we all right? Okay, so I think for many of you being in these positions, you're already aware of what these 7 C's are, okay? Shouldn't have any major issues. Perhaps we can talk about some of these in terms of the type of tasks that you have to do, right? Whether these are challenging, okay, and how do you do that when you are in your own situations at the office, okay? So when we're talking about verbal communication, right? Then you have non-verbal communication, okay? So what are these? We're talking about body language, basically, okay? How you move, how you sit, okay? What your face looks like, right? How far or how close you are to somebody, okay? We're talking about hand movements, right? Gestures, all right? So it's not just what we say, but it also has to do with how we look, how we conduct ourselves in terms of our mannerisms, meaning how sometimes unconsciously or consciously our body behaves. So non-verbal communication is also sometimes referred to as body language. Okay, so let's take these one at a time. If you look starting at 12 o'clock, it says there are ways of talking, okay? Pauses, stress on words, okay? So when you're talking, sometimes the message doesn't come across because maybe you're talking too fast, right? If I'm in a class sometimes and I get excited about something and then I start to go really fast and then my students have to stop me and over the years I realized that I need to pace. I need to take a deep breath. Okay, pause, think about what I want to say and make sure that I stress on the words which are important for my audience to understand. Okay. At the same time, I don't want to pause too long because if I pause too long, then I might lose my audience. So if you notice when I was pausing and I took my time, some of the pauses were very long. Okay. So what you want to do is have a pause for an effect, especially when you want to say something important. When you want to stress an idea, wait a while, then say what the idea is, okay? It also sometimes is helpful when you want to stress on something, you change the voice. Sometimes you want to go a little louder, but most times, most people recommend that you go a little lower or softer, okay? Because when you lower your voice, then your audience has to really listen to you. And when they have to listen to you, it means that means that they're trying to focus, right? Okay. So pausing is one of the ways in which you can help stress an idea that you want to convey, right? So what are the other ways of talking? So like I said, sometimes some people, they tend to talk really fast. Sometimes they tend to talk, some people talk a little bit slower. What you don't want to use is a monotone voice. Monotone meaning mono, meaning one. So you don't want to have just one tone. Okay, so sometimes your voice needs to go up. Normally with women, I think, or maybe even with men, or when you're watching a football game, yeah, Brother Rustam, your voice, if your team is about to score, definitely your voice is going to go a little higher, right, and sound a little bit more excited. Oh no, there we go, oh, that's the goal, right? So then you don't have to know. You don't have to say, oh, I'm really excited now. The fact that your voice is going higher, your voice is going louder, already indicates to whoever's in that room with you that you are feeling excited about what you're watching or what you are seeing. Okay, so that's how that communication of that emotion or that feeling comes across, because of your voice. Okay, right. The next one is posture. So posture refers to how you sit or how you stand. Yeah. If you are in a meeting, when we go back to campus and you're in a meeting room and you have to stand to give a presentation. Okay. So what you don't want to do is stand, for example, slouching. Slouching just means can everybody see my camera? I'm just wondering. Can you guys see me? Yes. Okay. All right. So slouching just means that when your shoulders, they go down and they do that. Right. So very similar to somebody who is perhaps unhappy about a particular response, or someone who is unhappy about their situation. Okay. So they're slouching.
Scared, madam?
When they're scared, yes. Okay, you can be. Scared also would be you would adopt a slouching posture, okay? Meaning that another word for slouching is hunch, when you hunch your shoulders, okay? All right? So what happens is, when you are slouching and doing this, if I were to do this while I'm talking to you, how do you feel? Hello, everybody. How are you today? What does
like you are not interested?
Okay, you feel like I'm not interested. All right, that's good. What else? If Madam Harliana, we're going to have this session. I don't know what we're going to do. Okay. Does that make you? Do you think that I would be a very confident speaker? Would you place your trust in what I'm
Not
about
professional.
Yes.
No.
So you're not. It looks like I'm not very confident, right? And what I'm about to. So if I'm not very confident, and you're my audience, then you will be asking, why should I listen to her, right? I might as well watch something else on YouTube. There's so many other people that are talking about communication. Okay, so what you want to do is make sure that your posture, you stand up straight. When I was a child, I don't know about you guys. My mother used to always scold us when we were like slouching. She would say, "Okay, sit up straight." So that was always a reminder in my household when I was growing up. So standing up or sitting up straight is an indicator of how you feel about yourself, right? That you need to be not just the Western language is very big on the concept of being proud, but in the Islamic context, we don't want to be overly proud of what we are. So because we don't want to be arrogant, all right? We don't want to encourage the concept of riya, right? But when you stand up straight, you immediately feel lifted, right? So if you feel lifted, the audience listening to you will also want to sit up and pay attention. Okay, so posture is important. If you're in a meeting, for example, as well, I mean, right now I'm sitting and you are probably sitting as well because we're online. But if I were in a meeting, or if you were in a meeting and you're talking to people face to face, you might be standing. You might be standing, referring to some visuals behind you on your screen. Okay, and when you stand, be mindful and be aware of your posture. Okay, how you stand. Do you have a tendency to stand with your hands in your pockets? Do you have a tendency to stand with a lot of hand movements moving around? Do you like to stand but move from left to right? Okay, so that movement can also be good, but it can also be distracting as well, because people are no longer paying attention to what you want to say, but rather they're paying attention to where you're going to move, left or right, or how is it that you're moving, or what type of step you're going to make. Okay, the same thing goes for hand movements. Okay, normally most experts would recommend that when you do hand movements and you're referring to something, okay, you do that with your palms outward. Okay, like this. So I want to make a point. I would say, okay, stand straight, move. Don't put your hands in your pocket. Or if I were to tell an audience about where to go, okay, those on the left, okay, and move to the right. Those on the right, move to the left. Okay, so hands with palms outward, right? That would be the recommended hand gesture. What you don't want to do would be to use a finger. Right, so I think even in the Asian culture, that's considered rude. Okay, most Asian cultures will either use their thumb, right, to point, rather than pointing using a finger, because that would be very confrontational and would seem like you want to argue with somebody. Okay, so we're talking about posture. Right, appearance. Yeah.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
How to overcome the nervous? And in the middle of the presentation, I lost what I want to speak about.
Okay, all right, that's a good question. Yeah, a very good question. I think being nervous is not exclusive to anyone. Everybody feels nervous. Even the most experienced speakers will have a little feeling of nervousness in their tummies. Okay, the expression would be butterflies in their stomach or in their tummy. That if we just have to change and tell ourselves that that's normal. Okay, and think of nervousness as excitement. It's a form of excitement about something that's going to happen. Okay, breathing is another way to overcome nervousness. All right, learn proper breathing techniques. Learn to breathe as you inhale. Push your stomach out, because that would mean that you're really inhaling. You're inhaling oxygen. So when you inhale, automatically your body and your brain is receiving oxygen to your brain cells, and that would help, right? Because you don't want to get into a panic attack and hyperventilate and go, okay, so breathe. Let's say in the middle of that presentation, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't know who was asking the question because I can't see my screen. But if you're in the middle of the presentation, okay, thank you, Rupita. What was I going to say just now? Tadi lupa. See, like this, kan? I've forgotten what I wanted to say. Partly that's because of I'm old. Okay, I'm 57, so I find nowadays that I lose my train of thought. But you suddenly forget what's your next point. So what you do is you have a filler. Okay, be honest. You know your audience is also humans. They are just the same as you are. Okay, just say, breathe. Tell yourself, okay, let's breathe. All right. So then give an apologize. Right. Say something like, oh, give me a minute. Okay. Okay. Like what I did just now. I've lost my train. Just give me a second. Oh, okay. Let's see. We were talking about what you can do is you can review your previous point. Right, that will give you some time to quickly recall what is your next point that you wanted to say. Okay, so breathing is important. Acknowledging that you are nervous before you start your presentation. All right, so first one is acknowledging the fact that it's okay. I don't want to get into a panic. I have prepared well. Okay, assuming that you have prepared well, right? You know your stuff. You have spent days, you have spent years doing this. You have done your homework. You have done the correct research. You have prepared your slides. You know what you're talking about. Okay, so you know that you have all the info that you need to have. You're in the middle of a presentation, and then suddenly you've forgotten. If you have prepared well, you can also, of course, refer to your notes. Refer to your slides, give the meeting a legitimate reason to say, okay, just give me a minute. I think we were talking about something. All right. So I think what we need to do now is we're going to talk about, so that would buy yourself a little bit of time so that you can calm down and you can think about what is it that you wanted to say, which you have forgotten. But if you have really forgotten, yeah, Rupita, if you've really forgotten, you cannot think of it and you don't have it, then you will say, you know what? There was this point that I wanted to share with you. I will come back to it later. All right. But we will move on. All right. Is that okay?
Okay, madam.
Yeah, boleh.
Boleh.
Okay. All right. Okay. If you want, if we can just keep talking until you're satisfied, you know, you don't have to. Kalau tak cukup, belum terang lagi, just stop and let me know, and we can just keep going until I can think of an example that will work for you. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so the next one we were talking about is appearance. And of course, all of you, I'm sure, you know, with IIUM and with our dress code, everybody is, you know, putting on the best, you know, in terms of appearance and how we want to carry ourselves, okay? What I wanted to say was that sometimes, if you're dealing with other cultures, especially if you have clients from different countries, you know, and they don't share the same understanding, or they don't share the same values as us, this concept of what is formal and what is informal can sometimes be misinterpreted. Yeah. What would you consider formal attire in our office situation? What's acceptable for us? Usually when you go to meetings, what do you put on? Brother Rastam? I'm going to ask the men first.
At least a blazer.
Okay. At least a blazer. All right. Okay. Of course, the ladies, you will be already, you know, in your hijab and, you know, properly covered. Yeah. But for some cultures, you know, and also depending on the type of meeting that you're going to have, it is perfectly all right for the men to walk in with perhaps more casual attire, jeans, collared t-shirt, definitely no blazer, no long sleeve, no tie. Right. So would you consider that professional?
Okay, for example, madam, if you look at the football coach in Euro, so there are so many fashions. Okay, you can see the Italian with the Armani suit. You can see Armani suit. They're wearing Armani suit. Okay, the manager on the field, and then if you see the manager of Spain looks very casual with t-shirts and something like that, which that is stated in the dress code of the football match. So it depends, because but my experience in sports, sometimes when we Asian, we go to at an international meeting where we overdress. So we feel awkward.
Right.
Seeing our friends from European, they look very casual, but what you said, their communication is perfect.
Yeah.
But because we try to look so gentleman, but at the end of the day, we are overdressed for the event. So I think that's my experience.
That's very interesting, right? Because I think the issue is that it's actually a judging thing. Yeah. When we can dress the way that we feel is proper, but what we don't want to do is when somebody doesn't dress or have the same dress code like we do, I think we don't want to impose judgment on them, because like you mentioned earlier, it doesn't matter how that you are dressed, but it's more about the content. You know, how you conduct yourself. You know, the message that you carry. Okay, of course you don't want to be dirty or sloppy, right? But as long as you are clean, yeah. And what you're wearing is clean, it's tidy, right? It's not torn, it's not koyak, yeah, there's no like food stains on it. So generally that would be acceptable appearance, right? Okay. So I think in our culture is the reverse. So what we want try not to do is when the other party that you are communicating with doesn't come to the meeting with the same dress code, right? They are not putting on their blazer, they don't have a tie, or they're not wearing long sleeves. We would want to try and refrain from that first impression, okay, and try not to judge them very much based on their appearance, okay. All right, head movements, right. When you're listening to somebody speak and you agree with somebody in the meeting, but you're not speaking, but you acknowledge their point, right? You tend to do this. Yeah, betul. Apa yang dia cakap tu betul. Dalam hati lah, you're saying that to yourselves, right? Because you are acknowledging them. You're saying that, oh, okay, okay. All right, it's like in another way when people pray and in congregation, in jama'ah, and the imam is reading the doa and the congregation is saying Amin. Right, when you say Amin and you're nodding your head, right, because it is an acknowledgement of that point, okay? So when you're communicating with your team members or as you're listening to me, and if I'm making sense to you, you might be nodding your head. Or the opposite would be you are shaking your head. Right, so if you're in a team and you have a meeting and you're throwing out some ideas and people are brainstorming and you're proposing something and you can see a lot of nodding going on. Yes, yes. Then you can say, oh, okay, they are not saying anything, but I can see from their head movements that they are in agreement. That would be a good thing. What would be not so good is if everybody is shaking their head, right? Unless you're in India. If I'm not mistaken, in India, if they say, yeah, yes, yes, right, it's the opposite. Okay, so again, you need to be aware of these, some of these intercultural moments, right? But in general, most cultures, when they nod their heads, it just means yes. All right, that's a positive reflection, okay, response to the speaker. Okay, so we want to be aware of what our head movements are, but we also want to be aware of what the head movements of the people we are communicating with. Okay, hand movements would be what I was talking about earlier, how we wave. We don't want to be doing a lot of this, because unless you are quietly trying to sign, okay, and you're doing sign language, but if you are really just talking to people, we want to restrict these two. We want to restrict moving them and use them only to when we want to make a point, all right, or to emphasize a particular idea, right? Okay, eye movements, right? When you look, when you're looking at somebody, all right, and you don't like what they're saying, how will your eye move? Somebody? Where is your eye going to move? If I've said something and you don't agree with me, okay? And you're going to move your eyes.
Rolling eyes.
Yes, you can roll your eyes. Eye. Yeah, roll eyes is one. Yeah, roll eye means you are going to look upwards. Right, your eyes are going to look up. Okay, can you think of a situation in your own homes and in your own families where people are going to be rolling your eyes at you? Your spouse, your children. When do they do that?
When you are giving instruction to them,
okay,
they will not agree with you.
Yeah, right. When you're saying something, they don't agree with you. Cik Rustam said something about when they're annoyed. Okay, when they have this expression in Malay, right? When they kata ya ke, kan, and then they will move their eyes. Right. There's also a Malay word for this where they go jeling. What is jeling?
Jeling, rolling eyes.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So that is
cornering your eye.
Yeah, that's what they mean there. Eye movements. All right. So you are able to guess how your audience feels, or how your audience would feel if you were to do these movements. Okay.
And madam, when we are angry, we will make our eyes bigger.
Yes, when you're angry, you make your eyes bigger. You also make your eyes bigger when you're scared or when you're nervous, and also when you want to look at somebody that you like, maybe. So these are all very strong emotions, right? When your emotion is very strong, or when it's very when you feel it a lot, to a high degree, you tend to express it through your eyes. Yeah. Oh, I just remember another idea in how not to feel nervous when you are speaking. It has, I have read somewhere, and I'm not sure whether I've actually done this or not, or maybe I unconsciously do it. But they say one is to breathe, the other is to look at your audience with eyes that are kind, right? Kindly. When you look at your audience with kindness, you will be less nervous. Okay. So gaze means to look, but look gently at your audience, and look at them with, like you would look at a young baby, or your child when he was younger, okay? Or look at a loved one, and look at the people that you're speaking to with that sort of emotion in mind. And that would help, is supposed to help calm you, okay? So the next time you go for a meeting, if you try that and it works, let me know, yeah? Okay, all right. Facial expression. Okay, so we were talking about hand movements, we were talking about eye movements, we're also talking about how your face looks when you look at your audience, right? So obviously, if you're happy, you're going to be smiling, right? So smiling is one of the number one top tip in order to communicate well with your audience, right? Smile. And it's been written a lot in Western literature, right? All these tips that people have, they always say, smile. The first thing they want to do is smile. And I find that so ironic, because one of the things which in our religion, in Islam, we are encouraged to smile, because smiling is sadaqah, right? And to me, I think that's one of the beauties of this religion that we have. Yeah, and I'm very thankful that we are made aware of this, and it has become part of our lives, that we don't need an expert on some TED Talk show to tell you to smile, because it's already part of your culture. It's already part of the way that you carry yourself and how you live. Yeah. So smiling is a good positive step towards effective communication, right? With anything that you want to deal with, anyone that you have to talk to, begin it with a smile, and inshallah, everything else will be easy. Okay. Sometimes, however, in a meeting, you may not have the same opinion. Your team may not have the same opinion as you. So you can gauge, right? And why is that important? Why is it important to get a feel of how your team is doing? Because if your team members are not happy, the objective of what you're about to do may not be met. Yeah. So we want to be able to have a common understanding, and that will help you work towards a common objective. Because if everybody's on a different playing field, and if everybody's on different wavelengths, okay, and different understandings, that's going to make it very challenging in order for you to share a common vision and to share a common objective. All right. So these expressions will help you gauge, they will help you guess. And then if you guess correctly and you're able to read the signs, you will be able to plan what is your next move. Okay, how to counter these, how to address these, through their body language. Okay, all right. Body contact for non-verbal communication would mean to shake hands, right? So for men, this is not an issue, right? If a man is shaking hands with a man, no issue, right? Especially in our culture, all right, and on our campus. But if you are meeting somebody from the outside, all right, who has no idea about what is the Muslim etiquette, how we want to carry ourselves with different the opposite gender, right? So how do you deal with that? Okay, have any of you had this sort of experience where you've had to meet somebody of the opposite gender and have to have, you know, a greeting session? What would you do instead of shaking hands?
Putting hands on our chest and bow a bit. And bow a little.
Bend down a little bit.
Okay, so bend down or bow down your head a little bit. Yeah. So now with COVID, now we have very good practice. Nobody's allowed to shake hands anymore. So most of us place our hands. I'm on the right hand, okay, across the chest, and then just bow, right? So that would work as well. I think after we are done with COVID and we are meeting somebody that we don't want to shake hands with because of our religion, we can also follow the same practice, right? Okay. Closeness, sometimes in some websites or some books, they use the word haptics, H-A-P-T-I-C-S, haptics, which actually means touch, or how close you are to the person that you are speaking with, right? Think back a little bit in your own experience when you are talking to a close friend or a member of your family. How far or how close are you with them when you're talking with them? Fairly close, right? I would say shoulder to shoulder. Okay, if you're talking to your child or your spouse, if you have a young child and 3 or 4 or 5 years old, you might even put your child on your lap and sit and talk to her to explain something or to tell a story. Yeah. The same would be for your spouse, right? You're sitting close together and you're trying to communicate with each other, right? Unless you're having differences of opinion, then maybe you're sitting far away from each other. Okay, but do we have that same proximity, the closeness, when we are with a colleague at the office? Probably not, right? Because the person that you're speaking to is, you know, this person in a professional context, okay? And especially, of course, if that person is of the opposite gender, you don't want to be too close to that person, okay? And this works in both a Western setting or a you know, or a non-Muslim setting, but of course, on our campus, that's a given. In fact, I think there is a term for it on our campus, and that's called what? Anybody? What is that called? When you don't want to be too close to somebody because they are of a different gender. What is that called, guys? I see it a lot. I see it a lot on some of the posters when it comes to the mahalas or in cafes.
Physical distancing.
Yeah, physical distancing is what the rector has come up with that term. But when the students are not encouraged to sit on the same table, you know, and sometimes they would, or when they're taking pictures, and they would tell me, oh, madam, kena ada halal gap, ada halal gap. All right, meaning that we want to have some space between you know, people of the opposite gender, right? But in an office, sometimes there are some people, they are very touchy-feely. I don't know if you've heard this expression, touchy-feely, meaning that they like to touch you when they're talking, all right? They like to hold you, touch your shoulder, you know, or they might ask, how are you, right? So in general, the etiquette would be that you don't want to invade someone's private space. So what is in front of me, right around here, this is considered my private space, okay? So you don't want to be too close to that person. Otherwise, that could be misunderstood as, you know, you're sending out different kind of signals, and you definitely don't want to do that, right? Okay, so the other one, the last one that we're talking about here is sound. Non-verbal communication would be the sounds that you make. would be acknowledgement, just like nodding. Okay, it would be acknowledgement that would be positive. A sound that would be negative would be okay, followed by the pursing of the lips when you pout. Right, in English it's called pouting. When you don't like something, or when you're unhappy about something. When my children are told that they cannot go out because it's PKPD, so everybody's face is like this. Not happy, right? So these are the emotions that are conveyed because of how a person feels toward a particular idea, right? So if you're pitching an idea and you're talking about your proposal and you want your team to be excited about it, but everybody is not smiling and everybody instead is making some sort of sound which is not very positive, that will again indicate to you that this is not going well. On the other hand, if everybody is smiling and laughing and go yes, nodding their heads and go then that would be an indicator of an idea that is going well. All right. Okay, guys.
Okay, madam. There's a question. Is smirking considered as bad attitude?
Smoking.
Smirking. S-M-I-R-K-I-N-G.
Yes.
Smirk.
Does everybody know what a smirk is? S-M-I-R-K.
I-N-G.
Right. When you're smirking, you are conveying a particular feeling. But how does that smirk look like? And in order to make it clearer for everyone, what would be a situation where someone would be smirking? What would lead to somebody looking like they're smirking?
Somebody lying? Lying?
Lying.
Lying not.
Lying.
When he know when he know that he or she is lying, then
when somebody knows, okay, we
know the truth.
Yeah. Okay, so let's say you are the supervisor and the person, your junior staff has come to you and told you something, but you know that's not true. Okay, so the expression that you have would be, in your mind, you're thinking, are you really telling me this? Do you really expect me to believe this? I know what you did, or I know where you were at. So that expression would be on your face by doing something like, okay, let me see if I can do this, okay? But smirking would be like, something like that maybe, all right? That the question that was asked was, is that considered impolite? So generally it is construed as a negative expression because it carries the, I don't want to say, maybe it could be an assumption. It could be somebody assumes something, but it's not necessarily how I feel. But so happened I made that expression, but I didn't intend to. Okay, but normally or usually it is interpreted like one is, I don't believe you, or the other is, I think you're wrong, or I know better than you. It also could be because of feelings of pride. When I'm smirking, it could be because, I'm thinking like the person who I'm talking to is lesser, okay, I don't like that word, but is not as qualified, not as knowledgeable. So my expression would be one that is smirking. Okay, so generally that would be something which we want to avoid. All right, does that answer the question?
Yes, madam. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right.
It's like a cynical smile, madam.
Yeah, betul. It's like being cynical tapi proud, but you are arrogant. Yeah, cynical means, okay, the Malay word would be, smirking would be something like, yeah ke, like that. Yeah, when you have that feeling, okay, all right, or you know that whatever they're proposing is not going to work. So when they're talking, you're just smirking and you are just dismissing the idea, right? So you're not really listening to them, right? You're judging as well. Okay, so all the negative words come into play when you have this expression on your face. Okay, all right.
I'm sorry, madam. Do you have any tips on how to hide our faces when we does not agree with someone opinion, or you know, when they telling about their side and we don't agree with them? So do you have any tips to how to hide our faces?
How to
Our disagree faces.
Can I just ask, is it important to hide how you feel?
Sometimes when it comes to I mean with your boss, sometimes when we to bila we make muka yang macam tak menyenangkan lah macam so how we going to hide that kind of face?
How do you hide that kind of face? You know, what I've learned after many years is that your eyes cannot, it's very hard to lie because your eyes really reveal your heart, how you feel. Okay? Normally, if you are speaking to somebody and you don't really like what they're saying, you try to keep what they call a straight face. You try to not to have any expression. Sebab kalau you suka, you will smile. You dengar something and you smile. Yeah, betul. Yeah, suka. Kan? But if you don't like something and you don't agree, apa ni? Immediately you see the furrows. See my lines here? Right? I'm furrow, it's called a furrow. When I put my two eyebrows together and I'm furrowing, that would be like, and you don't do it consciously. You're hearing this, and what you hear is either an opinion that you don't agree with, or you feel or you perceive that somebody is attacking you and you're taking it personally. So you're like, mana ada? What? I don't agree. Right. So how do you hide that? You're asking me. I would say that you have to have a lot of self-control. Okay. You have to be more aware of the expression that you're having on your face and try to very quickly and very subtly means do it, but do it without people noticing. Okay, that you want to appear as professional as possible. So keep a straight face, try not to do this, try to smile, even though it may not be how you feel. Okay, yeah, I hear, I understand, right? But at the same time, I hope that eventually, maybe not at that time, because you don't want to get into a confrontation with the other person, that you will have a time for discussion where you're able to put the emotion aside and talk about the real issue. Okay, because that's one of the best ways in order to communicate. When we are scared and we don't really say what we want to say, of course, in a nice way and in a proper way, that's when communication breaks down. All right, and things that should be said are not said, and therefore the work that needs to be done is not achieved. The target is not achieved. Okay. All right, so my suggestion would be to don't furrow your brows, right? Keep them as straight as possible. Don't do this. Don't do this to your eyes as well. All right. Think of something pleasant inside, perhaps. You know, maybe as a Muslim, we want to istighfar inside our hearts. You know, and tell ourselves to calm down. Yeah, and try to at least, you know, you smile in two ways. One is you smile with your mouth. The other is, if you're really happy, you also smile with your eyes, right? Because when you really are excited about somebody or some idea, your eyes, they will crinkle. They are called wrinkles, right? But they are there because you smile all the time, right? So maybe you'll not be able to smile with your eyes, but at least your mouth can form the expression of something that's opposite to dislike. So if you really dislike something, it would be like, you find that you are putting your lips together and pursing it. In English, it's called pursing. Yeah. But so when you do this, okay, sideways, frontal, all meaning that you don't like something. But when you are try to be neutral, All right. When you, maybe you don't want to smile, like you're really happy, like I'm going on a holiday. Yay. Showing your teeth indicates that you're really happy about something. But when you don't show your teeth, you know, you bring down the level a little bit. Okay. I wonder if that's helpful. Is that helpful, sister?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything else before we move on?
No question yet at the YouTube and also the Zoom.
I wonder, Sister Haryana, do we have an audience at the YouTube?
Yes. Around 67
Wow.
are watching.
Thank you all for watching. If you have any questions, those of you who are on YouTube, please do let me know, and I will try and my best to answer those questions. All right.
Okay. Madam.
Yes.
You can take 5 to 10 minutes break from time to time.
No, okay. I think that's a good time for a break. Actually,
you need to catch your breath as well.
Yes. Yes. This will be a good place to take a 5-minute break, perhaps. Is that all right?
All right, so 10:20 we'll come back, madam?
Yes, that would be good. Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Okay. If there's anyone who has anything that they'd like to ask personally and would rather not ask, here, you're welcome to either individually email me or maybe Sister Haryana can forward the question to me privately. Yeah.
Okay, so that they also can direct message to you, madam.
Sure.
Through Zoom.
Okay, through Zoom, yeah?
Mm.
I seldom use Zoom, so that's why all my classes are all on GM. Okay, I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Okay, madam. 10:20.
All right. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, madam.
Are we all right?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam, there's someone asking at the YouTube. Teacher, I cannot control my feeling during my presentation. What is your suggestion?
I would ask the person who sent me the question, what kind of feeling is it? Meaning, are we talking about feeling nervous?
I'm sure.
Or anxious?
Maybe.
Or feeling angry? Which is it? If we're talking about feeling nervous, I think earlier we were talking about this as well, about trying to minimize the butterflies in our stomach. Okay, when we want to give a presentation or give a speech, all right, the best, of course, before we begin is preparation, right? So we know what we want to say, we are well prepared, we have done our research, we have prepared. Nowadays with presentation and with all these new technologies, even when you have slides, you can have notes on your slides, so you can have points for you to easily remember what you want to say, right? So that's always helpful, good preparation. Rehearsal, you need to practice. Even though you have all this content, but if you don't physically actually try to practice the presentation, you need to have a rehearsal. Having that rehearsal and having that practice will make you feel more confident because you have already done it before. Try and practice it with someone in your own immediate family who will not be laughing at you or who you will not be laughing in front of because it feels awkward, right? Practice with someone who will be able to give you constructive or good feedback if possible. If not, practice in front of a mirror. Okay, have your notes ready, stand in front of a mirror and just practice looking at your facial expression, look at how you are sitting, how you are standing, practice these, at least twice. If you are really nervous and you feel that you have more to improve, you want to maybe practice a little bit more. Okay. On the day of the presentation, on the day that you have that meeting, take a deep breath, right? Breathe, calm yourself, say Bismillah, start with the intention that you want to share something that you feel will be hopefully beneficial and useful, because that's your intention, all right? And if you are nervous halfway, okay, look at your audience, all right? They are all there to listen to you. They are certainly, don't feel that they are, or try to minimize the feeling that they are judging you. Okay, I think for the most part, most people who are listening to somebody's presentation are there because they want to hear what you have to say. So inshallah, it will be a good interaction, because your intention is to give them something useful that they would be able to apply, or that we will find information that they that they can use. All right, and on your part, that's your intention, and on their part, they're listening to you so that they can get this as well from you. All right. Okay.
Okay, madam. Because sound like me, I have a darah gemuruh, we call it. Darah gemuruh.
Darah gemuruh, yeah.
Every time, if you want to speak in front of the people, I can't. Sometimes.
Yeah, because remember when we talked about earlier, when none of us were born afraid to speak. Yeah, when we were children, we were not afraid to speak at all, right? Until somebody told us, shh, don't talk so loud. Be quiet. This is not the time to talk. You need to go away somewhere, or you said something and somebody thought it was funny because of how you said it, or maybe you had a stutter and you didn't, or maybe you mispronounced a certain word, and then that left that impact on us that, alamak, what I'm saying is not correct, or how people are not, receiving what I'm saying positively, or you see other people going through that experience and you don't want that happening for you. So we've learned to condition our brains to be afraid of speaking, right? So we need to learn skills on how to counter this for ourselves, right? It is not easy. Believe it or not, I'm actually very nervous having this conversation with you today. In fact, being online, I don't know about many of you, but I think speaking to a camera is very unnerving. It's very difficult for me compared to having actual face-to-face interaction, because I'm not able to gauge whether you are like this, body language. I'm not able to gauge whether you are understanding, or are you following, or are you agreeing or disagreeing, are you liking what you're hearing or not. So that communication of having it two ways, that's just not happening for me when I'm in an online class or in an online session, right? So I miss that that part of interaction, because for interaction to happen, you need to have both verbal and non-verbal communication, right? So we were talking about how we can use non-verbal communication to help us improve what we want to say, how we want to say it. Correct? Yes?
Yes.
So we've covered all of this, but there's one thing that we have not covered, which is tone of voice, right? Tone, T-O-N-E, cara, how we say something, right? If you can think of your own experiences when you were a child, or when I was younger and I wanted permission to go and sleep at my friend's house. Her house is only four houses away from me, right? Her name is Hajar. She and I are very close. She's one of my oldest friends today. And I think her family is probably has been a large influence on why I admired the way the Malay families used to live, and probably one of the reasons why I was very receptive to reverting to Islam. But when I wanted to ask my mom and dad, and my mom is very strict, right? When we were growing up, very, very, very garang, very garang. She was born in the year of the tiger. So really, she's like a tiger. Yeah. So when you want to ask permission from her, the tone of voice, how I said it was very important, right? Timing, when I said it was also very important. Okay. So if you think of those situations in your own life, the different ways in which you say something has an effect on the audience, on the person that you are speaking to. So it works both ways. When I want to say something, I need to be mindful of my tone because I want to ensure that the person who is listening to me speak receives it well. Right, especially for the general audience today in today's session who are at a managerial level, and when you have to deal with different people in your teams and you are requesting for particular jobs to be done or tasks to be done, right? Tone of voice is actually an important aspect to be able to communicate your ideas clearly. Right, and to have those ideas received well. Right? Sometimes I myself am guilty of this. When I am very focused and I want something to be done very quickly, I say something, but when I hear myself say it, I immediately know, alamak, macam garang kan, or macam very too. I mean, I want to be professional, but sometimes it's, especially when I'm with my colleagues, they are just like me. They are also teachers, but because I'm leading a particular team, I'm giving them, things to do, and I don't want to sound bossy, right? But when I say it, I know, alamak, that sounds really bossy. So I have to temper it. I have to make sure that the words that I use are not negatively received, so that the people who I am working with, my team members, are positive about the message. They feel good about themselves as well, and feel good about us working together on a team. Okay, all right. So tone, how you say it, is actually crucial, right? So how many levels of tone, do you think you have? Right? How do you say something like, I don't know, or I like you, or she did it? So you can have a positive tone. Positive means to be, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be like all, it doesn't mean that, right? Not necessarily. It just means that you are direct and that you are clear in what you have to say. Okay. Again, going back to the idea of adab and going back to the idea of smiling, when you do something, you want to do it with those at the background, right? When you're giving instruction, you want to be clear so that and you want to use a positive tone so that what you are saying, again, is well received and is understood. All right? So if you are dealing with a student, right, and you want to give advice, tone is important, right? How you say it, so that if you are face to face with a student over a counter perhaps, or you have some meetings with some student representatives, or you're dealing with representatives. So again, the balance of tone, that's important as well, right? So you can have an authoritative tone. You can be authoritative if that's what you want to be, but at the same time, you don't want to be rude, right? So again, how do you find that balance? You have to listen to yourself, right? Discover your own tones and listen to how you sound. Put yourself in the other person's shoes. If you heard that, how would you feel? Is that okay? Would that be well received? Was that clear? Was it understood? All right. Tone, yeah, tone. Cara, macam mana, how you say something is more important, or sometimes just as important. Sometimes some people say more important because it's not, how do you say it? It's not what is being said, right? But it's how it was said that that person may not like. Okay. Do you have that experience in your own situations in the workplace? Anyone? Probably yes.
I do. Yes, we
Yes,
do.
yeah. Okay. It's very common. Yeah, it's very common to have these sometimes misunderstandings and breakdowns in communication because of tone of voice. All right. So again, going back to the idea of not sounding like, you know, the idea somebody asked us now about smirking. Okay, that's also tone. Yeah. So that you want to, that's all part of body language, all right, and non-verbal communication. Okay, you want to be perceived as somebody who is positive and who gives out good vibes, you know, that you exude this persona which is charismatic, who is positive, people want to listen to you, that whatever that you said is well received and is taken positively. Okay, and that happens when you have a positive tone. Okay? It's something which you can develop, and nobody is born with a bad tone. I don't think there's no such thing. Okay, you just need to raise your level of awareness about how you sound, and you try to consciously, right, with purpose, adjust according to the situation that you are in. Okay, all right. Okay, shall we move on? Are there any questions?
No, madam.
Thank you, Harleen. All right. We've actually come to the next session, which is actually talking about business communication etiquette. Okay, so by etiquette, I mean in the meetings that you conduct, right? In the discussions that you have, in the brainstorming sessions that you have, or sharing sessions that you have with your colleagues and with your team members. What do you say? How do you say it? Perhaps some of the words that you can use. Okay. So one of the things that you can do that you might find useful is to address people by their name. So now that I know Brother Rostam's name and Madam Robita's name and Sister Harliana's name, I will try and address them by their name. Okay, because normally it feels good when somebody recognizes you, right? And it makes it more personal, right? Rather than just talking to people in general, when you call them by their name, it just brings that level of rapport closer, right? And when you feel closer to somebody, it's easier to talk to them, right? So that it makes the conversation more personalized with the people that you work with, right? Rather than not calling them. I think that would be really unusual in our context, because you are working with a unit where you know everybody. So it's of course definitely a given. That's definitely something which would happen, that you are going to use their name when you call them, right? Of course, if in general, in most of our offices, we call everybody sister or brother or sir or madam. Yeah. But if you want to have better communication with that person, you know, you would be calling me Madam Aisha, or I would be calling you Sister Robita, and immediately you know that, oh, she knows my name. You know, I feel like I now know her a little bit better. At least I know her name, right? Okay. If you're having a discussion and you're talking to each other, it's good also sometimes, and you're trying to focus on what they're saying, you want to write things down, right? Make little notes to yourself, all right? To be sure that you are keeping track of what they are saying, and also perhaps easier to recall if you want to send them or ask them questions, okay? it's useful to have a little notepad, perhaps, just not writing down everything that they say, but just maybe a keyword or a term, or maybe trying to recall a question that you might want to ask later and write that down, right? Because when somebody's speaking, you don't want to interrupt them. You want to allow them to finish their thoughts. But at the same time, if you don't write it down, you may have forgotten what it was that they had said that you wanted to ask about. So writing it down will help you jog your memory and allow you to recall that later. Okay. The next point is something which is related to more towards for writing. Okay, where you want to, if you're going to send something through a group email or through a WhatsApp chat, make sure that you read it before you send it, right? Make sure that it's clear, make sure that the language or the words that you use is easily understood, all right? So that everybody is clear what is it that you're trying to say. So usually the advice is that to keep it as short as possible, as concise as possible. So that's again another one of those 7 C's, conciseness. Yeah. In today's culture where we use a lot of emoji, right? You can, if you want, use some, but be careful which you use and how many you use, right? How many of you use a lot of emojis when you send out WhatsApp messages?
Me.
So what is the most popular emoji that you like to use?
Smiling.
Smiling.
Laughing.
And giggling.
Giggling, yes, all right. Why do you think we like to use emojis?
It's easier.
Why is it easier?
More personal, I mean intimate.
Yes, right. It's more personal. That means that you want to send a message about yourself, that you don't want to seem like very authoritative, right? Like you don't want to be like some, you know, dictator or boss, or, you know, you don't want to be pushy. Yeah. So when you ask somebody to do something and you put a smile there, that substitutes for in person when you are smiling. So that brings it down a little bit, right? People don't get so easily offended when you have a smiling face, correct?
I did that with my boss, madam.
Oh, and how does your boss feel about the smiley emoji?
He replied back with emoji also.
Okay, so that's a good sign, right?
So yes, it's to what do you call it, to make the seriousness lesser.
Yes, yes. I think in our culture especially, we are afraid of offending people. Okay, we don't want people to you know, think of us in a negative sense. So we want to, you know, we always say we want to bring it down, make it less formal, make it more personal. Yeah. So emojis can help in that sense. But there are some people who overuse emojis, right? How many smileys do you send? 1, 3, 5?
Not so many. Depends on the situation.
Okay, right. So that's a good rule of thumb. It depends on the situation. It also depends on who you're communicating with. If you're communicating with a team member and you know this team member for many years and you and her are very close, all right, then it's all right. Okay, because you are like not just colleagues, but you're also friends. So you can have a more personal interaction. But if you are communicating with your boss, and you want to keep that professional distance, so perhaps 1 emoji is enough, right? Not more, and not also be careful which emojis you send. You know, sometimes you may accidentally send the wrong emoji, and instead of the smiley, you send the one with the hearts. Has anybody ever done that?
Yes.
or you misunderstand. I know when I first started doing this, I some of these emojis I was not quite sure, and apparently they have different meanings for different generations. So if you send a particular type of emoji, it means that it's a substitute for sending them a hug, you know. So my daughter said to me, "Mom, you cannot send that emoji. That means that it's like a hug." I said, "I didn't know that. I thought that was just smiling." you know. So so I learned my lesson then, you know, just send a simple emoji with a simple smile. Yeah. But there are also other before we had WhatsApp, right, or before we had this particular technology, okay, what did we use to show people how we feel? It's usually your face, right? Your body language, how you sit, where you look when you're talking to them. Do you look at them directly? Do you look at them, you know, sideways? Do you turn your back on them? Are you crossing your arms like this? You know, normally this is when you cross your arms like this, that just means it's a sign to say that you are angry or that you are on the offensive, right? But if you're sitting with your hands on your side, generally the experts tell you, those who are good experts at body language, if you sit with somebody and you're sitting side by side and your feet are both pointing to each other, it means that you feel positive about each other. But if one person is sitting the feet pointing to another, but the other is with the feet the other way or not meeting the person, then that would mean that the other person is not interested. So if this is her feet and this is mine, so we are not on the same level. All right. So be mindful of you know, that body language aspect when you are communicating. Okay. So we were talking about without inflection, right? Inflection means that's how you use your emoji. Inflection means how you say something. Hello, rather than hello. What's the difference? Right? One seems more gentle, right? One seems more angry. Hello. 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 What was the last one? If I were to say to you, hello, positive or not? Negative, which one?
Positive.
Correct. Okay. Generally, that would be a positive sign that I'm happy to see you. Hello. Right. But if I were to say hello, is that the same?
No. Kind formal.
Not just formal, like, okay, maybe I didn't sound angry enough, but it should be like, hello. What does that sound like now? Like I'm angry.
Yes.
Yes.
A bit angry.
Yes. Right. Like I'm angry. If you can see my face and I'm raising my eyebrows and I'm going, hello. Yeah. Then you know, maybe somebody cut in front of me when I'm queuing to buy my groceries. All right. And I'm about to pay at the cashier and this lady comes in front of me and cuts my queue. So I would go, excuse me. If I'm polite, I would say, excuse me. Or if I'm impatient and I'm upset, I would just say, hello. Right. And that would indicate that I'm not happy to see you here. All right. Go back and queue to the back. Okay. So that has to do with, again, tone, and it has to do with inflection, how you use your voice, and in terms of how you say the words that you want to say, the inflection. All right. Whether your voice goes up, it rises, or whether your voice goes down and you lower your voice. Right. So each inflection can convey an emotion or a feeling. Okay, so the emojis in the way substitute for that. All right, so that your message and your emotion and your feelings come across. Okay.
Okay, madam. Some say they say now people often use stickers.
Okay. Yes.
Other than emojis.
Yeah. This is a new thing, right? That now people often use stickers. Yeah. And I see a lot of that as well. Why do people like to use stickers instead of emojis? Anyone? Because I'm new to the sticker world as well, but I see a lot of people like to use stickers.
Stickers are more precise.
It's more expressive than the emoji.
Okay. What is a common sticker that you like to use?
For myself, is the thumbs up.
Okay.
Yes, because it is even though for emoji we do have that as well, but when it comes to the sticker, it is more lively and it is more expressive in a sense.
Okay. What is the difference between a sticker and that you like to use and a GIF? How do you pronounce that? GIF? GIF?
GIF.
Yeah.
Okay, that one is I don't really like to use that because uh, because it's like no that no I I just don't use that one at all
Okay.
in a
All right.
sense.
There must be a reason why. Using all these indicates how it's a perception of who you want to be known as, how you carry yourself. All right. And how you want to people to communicate with you, or how you want, and at the same time, how you want people to think of you and the way that you communicate. Right. So so Salina had mentioned, what it was Salina, right, just now?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I
Yes.
see your name there, even though I don't see the face. Sister Salina was just telling me that she likes to use these stickers because I think it makes it more personal. It's also a fun way that's enjoyable, yeah, for her to help communicate her feelings and her emotions. All right, so that's good. That we find different ways to communicate how we feel and what we want to say to the people in our lives, right? So we were talking about I want to go back to this slide, what we want to do during discussions that we have with our team members. So calling them by name, writing things down, using the right inflection or the right tone, or in our case right now with WhatsApp, using the right stickers, okay? Also having a positive attitude, right? When we've been talking about being positive, I think, even from the very beginning of these sessions, being polite, smiling, a kind gesture, it can make an impact on people's lives. People will sometimes, I don't know whether you've seen this before, but on posters, perhaps you've also seen this, and I think it's quite true. People will remember not just what you said, but also will remember what you did. Okay, what was the interaction that you had, and also people will remember how they felt after they had an interaction with you. Okay, so after today's session, maybe you might remember this session. You might remember some of what I said. Maybe you won't remember anything at all. But I think perhaps one thing that you will remember is how you felt after that session. Was it that you were bored? Was it that you were happy? Was it that you found some of it was funny? Okay, some of the facial expressions that I was showing just now was, you found that funny as well. So the feeling that you have after an interaction with somebody can make an impact on that person's lives. Yeah. So a positive attitude is actually a good way to ensure effective communication, all right, among people that you work with, and also actually in general, right, among your friends and your family as well. Okay, the next one is to give some thought before you speak. Okay, once something is said, it cannot be taken back, right? Because that's time. Time is gone. That's why there's an English expression that says, "Oh, it's gone with the wind." The wind has carried all, and you cannot take it back. It's not like until WhatsApp invented the what is that delete function. All right, whatever that you say in the WhatsApp, it was there. Okay, it's only recently that they said, okay, you can delete your messages, right? So you in oral communication, once you say something, it's been said, and there's no way to retract and delete. Okay, so you just have to think about what you want to say before you say something. Ask yourself, especially when you're talking to people whom you supervise, or talking to your teammates who you're having a difference of opinion with, perhaps during that time. Before you say it, ask yourself a few questions. Do you need to say this? Is that important? Should I say it now? How should I say this? All right. So you need to take a step back and evaluate or think about what is it that you want to say. Okay, because most of the time when we are emotional about something, all right, whether and usually it has to do with a strong emotion, either you're angry about something or you feel very very strong about a particular idea or a particular proposal. You can sometimes be overexcited and say things without thinking, and without thinking unintentionally cause friction, right? So
Madam,
yes?
maybe we can say sorry first, like I'm sorry this may offend you, because we know that he or she may not agree on what we are going to say.
Yes, yeah. I think that's very common. Thank you very much for that thought. That normally in many conversations, they will say, sorry lah, tapi, right, in Malay, kan? Or in English, it will be just like you said just now. I'm sorry, I have to say this, but, okay. But some people would say that maybe that's not enough. Because what you're going to say anyway. You've just said, I'm sorry, but you followed with the word but, which means, however, I already said I'm sorry, but your intention is still to convey these very strong feelings. Okay, so how you say what you're going to say after that but, that's important as well, right? So you can begin with using the word perhaps. Okay, I'm sorry, I have to disagree. All right, or I really don't think, maybe this is not the way to go right now. Perhaps we can consider doing this, or outline why that's not a good idea. I think we should reconsider. Maybe we can have a rethink. Words like maybe, perhaps, these are the words or the devices that you can use in order to soften the opinion or the reaction or the feedback that you're about to give, which may not be the same as how the person that you're speaking to feels, right? Because you're having a disagreement of ideas, right? We're talking about, we want to take the emotion away and we want to talk about what is the issue at hand. Okay, so it should not be personalized. So before we were talking about making it more personal. We were talking about giving stickers, saying hi, being nice with your emoji, okay? So that calling somebody by name because you want to talk to that person and interact with that person in a more personal manner. But when you're having a disagreement, it should not be about that person's personality or that person's attitude, but more about what is the idea that you're disagreeing with at that moment, okay? So we want to take the emotion away from this and we want to focus on what is perhaps not useful in that suggestion, and perhaps then suggest what are the issues that make this idea not viable or not usable. Maybe there are other considerations with the other person is not aware of. They are not in the know. They don't have the same information that you have. So they need more information in order to understand the background of what's going on. Okay. All right. So thinking before you speak. When you speak, the difficulty is when you're speaking, you have to think at the same time. So you have to multitask. You have to do two things. You have to be aware, okay, I'm about to say this. How should I say it? What word should I use? How do I sound direct and professional, but not bossy and over dominant? So there are many things going on, right? So you sort of have to juggle everything at the same time. And I think that is one of the greatest challenges when we want to be a good communicator, right? Okay, so the next item on the slide is when you're going for a business meeting or a discussion, arrive early, right? Plan to be in the meeting early if you can. Right, I always like I'm the type that likes to be a little bit earlier than the meeting time. So if the meeting says 9 o'clock, I like to plan to be at that place at least by 15 minutes before or 10 minutes before. Okay, I might not enter the meeting room before that, but at least I know where it is. I've arrived safely. I know where to go. I'm not, especially if you have never been there before. All right. Okay, we're going to talk about on this slide some of the things which you perhaps already use, you perhaps already are familiar with, but just as a general overview. Okay, for those of you who are seasoned chairpersons and have done this every day of your professional lives, please bear with me. And perhaps if you have other suggestions that you have used that would be useful for everyone, please do share. All right, I encourage you to share your ideas here. So normally when we have a business meeting, we have an opening or an introduction. We have the middle part where the issues are discussed, and we have a closing, right? So depending on how formal or how informal your meeting is, you can, start. Usually in our context, we would start with giving salam, right? I think that's important, where we want to make sure that we greet everybody, right? With Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And then we can open the meeting with Umum Kitab. And then we start with the phrase, okay, right, everybody's here. Shall we begin? Or let's get started, right? If we're all here, let's start the meeting. Okay, so you can see some of these which I have listed down. I'm not sure which of them that you are more familiar with and which you have used, all right? But there will be some which we tend to use more often than others because we are comfortable with those, okay? Would anybody like to try reading that out loud for us to hear, or something which, perhaps share something which you have used as well in your meetings? How to open a meeting? Anyone?
Giving salam, first giving salam as a simple introduction, and then introduce yourself. What is your post?
Right.
If for someone who may be new to that meeting,
right.
And then the purpose of the meeting.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Very good. Thank you very much. So the purpose of the meeting would be here, introducing the agenda, right? First, we are here to discuss, or our main aim today is to, right? And then after that, talk about what's on the agenda. Okay? Right. So it's pretty straightforward. Next one is to keep the meeting in an effective flow, right? So sometimes some meetings, they tend to digress. They tend to go off the track. Okay, they tend to talk about other things which are not on the agenda. So what happens then is that you have meetings which last 3 or 4 hours, but sometimes the objective of that meeting is not achieved. Okay, so if you are chairing that meeting, you want to be sure that you meet your agenda, you follow your agenda, and you get to keep the meeting on track. Okay, so what can you say if somebody has digressed, or that is not the time to talk about that issue? You can use some of these phrases. That's a valid point, right? So somebody said something, but you can't discuss it there because of time. And you say, okay, I hear you. I think that's a really valid point, but I think perhaps we need to discuss that in another meeting at a later date, right? Or the simpler one would be, let's save that for another meeting, okay? Or maybe you don't want to have another meeting. Maybe you just want to get to the objectives of that particular meeting for that day. Then you want to call back everybody to talk about the main agenda, and you would say something like, okay, let's get back to the task at hand, all right? Or something more or less similar would be, okay, let's recall the agenda for today, or maybe you want to acknowledge that you have digressed and say, okay, I think we have digressed a little bit. I think we've gone off a little bit, off the track of today's agenda. Let's get back to the main agenda today, right? Okay, because I think that's quite common for meetings to go off in different tangents, and then the main agenda is not discussed. Okay, what do we do what do we say when we are asking for suggestions or feedback, or what do we say when we want to offer suggestions and feedback? So if you're in agreement, of course you would say, I agree, I totally agree, I completely agree, I'm so with you, right? You want to imbue your expression with or your tone of voice with a little bit of positivity, a little bit of excitement. Okay, so you say, I couldn't agree with you more. So where's the stress? I couldn't agree with you more. Okay, I'm using a negative, right? But it actually means positive. I couldn't agree with you more means that I really, really, really do agree with you, right? If you don't agree, you would say, I really don't agree. I'm afraid I have to disagree. I'm sorry, but I disagree.
I beg to differ.
I beg to differ, yes, right? That is appropriate, a bit more formal, but definitely can be used. Okay, I beg to differ. Anything else that you have used? Or something that you'd like to use but you're not sure of and you'd like to ask? Okay, I think we're all right here. But if you have, when would you want to say, could I say one thing, please? Excuse me, may I add? So these are used for interrupting, right? Somebody is saying something and you want to add in or share your opinion as well. So you would either start with excuse me or could I, because the word could actually is indicative of asking for permission, right? Asking to say that I would like to say something. Whoever is speaking needs to allow you to share your opinion, all right?
Madam, how about let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah.
What is your opinion on this phrase?
Okay, it depends on, it goes back to how you say it, the tone, right? You can use that, but you need to be careful of your tone, all right? So let's say that we do a little bit of role play. Brother Rastam, I'm correct, right? Did I get your name right? Yes, Brother Rastam. Okay, so I'm talking now. Okay, no, you, and then you're interrupting. You want to say something, right? So so I'm going to talk. You interrupt me by saying, could I say something? Can we try that?
Okay.
Okay. So what we want to say is when we want to offer.
Madam, could I say something?
Okay. Okay. You can, but could you just give me 2 minutes to finish? All right. Compared to if I were to say, let me finish. So which one is more polite? Could you give me 2 minutes to finish?
The first one.
Yes. So you want to use the word could, right? Could you let me finish first? So even my tone is different compared to let me finish. Right? When you start a sentence with a verb, with an action word, let me finish, open the door, start the meeting, that is called an imperative, meaning that you're giving an order, right? But when you start the sentence with, could you let me finish? Then it becomes more polite. So immediately it de-escalates, it brings the feelings of disagreement to a lower level. Okay, so yes, definitely. To answer the question, you can use let me finish, but I would suggest you start with, could you let me finish? All right, and you want to be mindful of the tone. You can say let me finish, but say it in the tone where it's the voice is lowered. Let me finish, please, and maybe finish with the please, all right, as compared to let me finish. Yeah, so the could, the please, and the tone helps to make that sound more polite. All right. Okay. The last two are asking for feedback. Could you please tell us how the project is progressing? Right? Can we have your input on the recycling campaign, please? Right. So you'll notice that at the beginning of the question there is a could and a can. At the end is a word like a please. Right. So again, forms which are considered more polite when you are talking to a team member or somebody in the meeting. Okay. Right. Other things that happen during a meeting. So we have opening, we have agenda, we have people sharing their opinions, but we also have not just asking for progress, we're also asking for clarification, for explanation. I don't understand, right? When you don't understand something, maybe you need more information, okay? So what do you say, right?
Madam,
yes?
what about intonation? We are using the same sentence, but with the different intonation. For example, like sometimes we tend, because English is our second language, kan?
Yes.
And sometimes we tend to forget what will be the right sentences to say at the right time. So kadang tu we just remember the word let me finish. But do you think that when you put the correct intonation, for example, I think it will be okay juga, kan?
Yes, betul.
For example, right? For example, like let me finish or let me finish. Okay, you know, I think with the right intonation, it is still, you know, can be accepted.
I think you're betul. So I think you're right. It's very important to have the right tone and the right intonation. So let's say tadi you said, let me finish. Maybe you are like you said, not native speakers. So we have a tendency to, even like in today's session, we are mixing both languages. Yeah. So you might say something like, let me finish, yeah, or let me finish, okay. So that hujung tu, that the end tu, that would soften it, right? So that would make it okay, definitely. Yeah, right. It would be different if the tone is an angry tone, or the intonation, the intonation is let me finish. Okay, intonation is actually where you put your stress. Yeah. So if I wanted to be, if I am really having a disagreement with you, I might want to say, let me finish. Okay. So you notice that when I'm saying those, that phrase to you, the intonation is on the me. Let me finish. And my end is let me finish. I raise my voice, right? So the intonation comes across as being angry, right? But maybe you don't mean to be, but like you said, you don't recognize that this is the intonation or the speech pattern in English. Yeah. So those are the things that we need to be more aware of when we are speaking. Okay. I think it works in any language. If you are working a lot with people from the Middle East, and if you compare people in the Southeast Asia region, even in terms of how we give salam, right? How does the Malay community say their salam? Somebody give me send that salam to me, Sister Robika. How do you say salam?
Just say salam, assalamualaikum, madam.
Okay, you notice, thank you, Sister Rubika, madam. When she said, Assalamualaikum, madam, right? Think about how a person from Saudi perhaps would say salam.
Salam, madam.
So, you know, it's very direct, very short. There is no salam, you know, there's no rhythm like in the Malay language, right? When you go visit somebody in a Malay home and you're standing outside the door and you nak bagi salam, okay? So salam tu macam mana? Assalamualaikum. Am I correct? Did I do that right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum. Dia ada lagu, kan? There's a rhythm. There's a language of its own. Yeah, dia ada lenggo. I think that's what they call it in Malay. Yeah, but in English it has the same. Ada lenggo. But in the Saudi version, that what I've heard so far, there is no lagu. It's just Assalamualaikum. Okay. So sometimes because of these differences and because of our own understanding of that language, it can be misinterpreted in terms of what is inferred or what is implied based on how you say something. Okay, so again, tone, intonation, stress, that's all important. Not just to reduce misunderstanding, it also, in the correct intonation is important in English, because sometimes you may think you're saying something in English and you understand and people understand you, but the person that you are talking to, if the person is from the UK or the US, they may not be able to follow because of the intonation that we use. All right? So that's something to be aware of as well. Okay? Because that goes back to, I mean, we're not going to deal very much with that today, but it goes back to pronunciation, you know, how you pronounce certain words, and again, the intonation of those words, right? Okay, so if you are asking for clarification, just like when you were asking me, Madam, I don't really understand. Can you explain again, right? Or could you elaborate, please? Or I don't quite understand, or I don't quite follow you. Normally, this is what they would say. I don't quite follow you. What exactly do you mean, right? Or what we are trying to do is to make sure that we are communicating and we're trying to understand each other. So I might say, so what you're saying is, and then I repeat what the other person says. Okay. Then I follow up with, is that correct? So that I give the chance to allow the other person to see whether I have understood her point. And if I have not understood it, then I have the chance, or she has the chance to explain it again. Okay, so when I say, so what you're saying is, what I'm doing is, I am summarizing my understanding, what I'm hearing, which can be different from what she actually wants to say. Right, so somewhere along the line, from point A to point B, she's talking, I'm listening, but the message doesn't come across. So I need a re-explanation, further elaboration, right? Rather than saying, I don't understand. Because when you say, I don't understand, sometimes what happens is that the other person gets defensive, all right? And then the emotion gets all negative. So rather than say, I don't understand, start with, oh, I'm sorry, but could you explain that again, right? Or could you elaborate and tell us a bit more, because you need more information before you can make a decision, perhaps, right? The last one is very similar to what I was talking about earlier. Correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're saying is that, and then you repeat or you reiterate what they just said, right? So I think asking for clarification is always useful in a discussion, because it helps us to make more informed decisions. We need to have enough ideas, not ideas, but enough information, right, in order to come to good decision making. If we are making decisions but we don't have the big picture, we are not sure what's happening, then the decision making process is compromised, and you're not able to gauge or understand what's going on, and you're just making decisions based on one or two people's opinions, all right? So asking for clarification is always a good idea, right? Okay, next we have ending the meeting. So if you are about to end, you've met all your objectives for that meeting, we want to close it, right? So how do we close it? Normally in IIUM, we would say, okay, we have come to the end of the meeting. If there's nothing else, I'd like to end today's meeting with Surah Al-As and Tasbih Kafara, right? So that's normal for us. But if you go out to the corporate world, or if you are somewhere else other than IIUM, and you are chairing a meeting there, somebody might, or you're attending a meeting there, somebody might have these phrases in mind, all right? They might say, if there's nothing else to add, let's end this meeting here, or thank you all, we shall end this meeting today. It's also quite common for the chairperson to summarize what they have decided on, and ask for any other matters to attend to. Okay, all right. Where is my arrow? There we go. Okay. So those are the general tips, right? How many of you have heard these phrases? These are expressions that you can use instead of the ones that you normally use. How many of you have heard of these phrases such as a viable option? Viable meaning possible, right? Option meaning choice. Okay, a fruitful discussion, a fruitful discussion. So you've had a good meeting. So you're saying that this was really fruitful today. Thank you so much for coming. Okay, so you can use those as well, right? A golden opportunity, that's quite common, meaning that this is a golden opportunity. This is a really good time, all right, for us to start our SDG campaign. Okay, SDG is big on our campus. Right, everything is aligned towards SDG. Okay, a tentative appointment, meaning a possible one, a suggested one, but that possibility to change. Okay, this is another one that's normally used a lot in offices. A foregone conclusion. Okay, anybody familiar with this phrase?
Some of them.
Okay. Can someone tell me what it means and how would we use it? It's a combination of two words, for and gone, right? For as in like forward is the same, okay? Gone as in the past tense of went, and past tense of went pula. Go, went, gone, past participle. So foregone means a conclusion that is already known, a foregone conclusion, right? Foregone. A stopgap measure, meaning that is a measure that's, I think we like to use words like ad hoc a lot, okay? Something which is temporary to stop something, right? Stopgap. A pressing issue, an important issue, okay? An issue that needs to be taken care of or handled or tackled right now because you know, it's an immediate issue, right? Very important to make sure that we address the issue and solve it. Okay, a moot issue would be the opposite, something which is already too late, right? It's already been resolved, already talked about, done. Okay, a stumbling block would be the challenge that is in your way, right? Of course, the block already tells you that that is something which is a barrier for you, so that you would find it difficult to achieve your targets, right? A stumbling block. And the last one is a short-sighted view. Okay. A short-sighted view would be the opposite of being long-sighted or being far-sighted. Short-sighted meaning that you can only see what is close, what is immediate, but that you lack the ability to see of what will happen or what are the consequences if you take that or you make that decision. What are the consequences of what will happen in the future? Okay, what will happen if you decide to do this? What are the repercussions? What will it lead to? What will it cause? All right, a few years or a few months down the road. Okay. All right. My initial plan was to have everyone try some of these, all right? And perhaps maybe you could share it in the chat, or you could just use your mic and share your sentences with me, how you can imagine that you're in a meeting, all right, with your teammates in your offices, and how would you be able to use one of these? Is that possible? Can we do that? A little bit of practice, perhaps? Boleh. So if you can write something in the chat, or you can either just turn on your mics and read your sentence out loud for me. Then we can have a little bit of feedback.
Madam, I will try first.
Thank you very much.
Because I think I can apply this in my meeting next week. We have a very important meeting.
All right.
I think I will try to, usually I will use we have a fruitful discussion. But this time around, I'll try to have more bombastic word so that the audience will be afraid of me.
Oh.
No lah. Maybe I think I can use the viable option, because we have a meeting on regards of choosing the new dates for Asian Youth Games.
Okay.
So I think we have a viable option to reschedule our blah 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 to the dates. I think I can use that viable option.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Brother Rustam. Viable option, all right? Or you could also say, if you have several, you can say, I think we have several or a few viable options. So then you can give them a choice, or you can ask them, can we come up with some viable options? So, or can we brainstorm some viable options to resolve this, or to reschedule this, or to strategize this plan? Yeah. So what that does is that it is hoped that when you use these expressions, you sound more professional, right? Especially when you're conducting a business meeting or an office discussion. Right? The other way of doing it, which is also acceptable, grammatically correct, a lot of English speakers use it as well, is, can we come up with different suggestions? All right, or can we have different ideas? Right? So a viable option would take it a degree higher, slightly more advanced. It also talks about things which you think are doable, because sometimes when we brainstorm, we are just throwing any ideas, right? But a viable option would require your team members to think of things which are possible and that they are able to execute. Okay, thank you very much. That was very good. Right? Definitely appreciate that. I hope you do use it, and I hope that it goes well for your meeting next week. Anyone else would like to try? Anyone sharing anything in the chat?
Not yet, Madam.
Okay. While we are waiting, you can also notice that the first three, a viable option, a fruitful discussion, a golden opportunity, these three are more positive, right? A tentative appointment, a foregone conclusion, a stopgap measure are
regime.
Yeah, they are more neutral, right? A mood issue, a stumbling block, a short-sighted view are more negative, right? So you need to adjust and choose or select these phrases according to the situation that you are discussing about. Okay, all right. Okay. Anybody else? Do we need more time? Okay, the session ends at 12:45, right? So we have a few more to go.
Okay. Yes, Madam. Okay. Another 1 hour?
Yeah, okay. All right. Anybody else want to try? Yeah, let you all think about it. And if you do want to try, you can share it in the chat later. All right?
Okay.
Okay.
I will inform you, Madam.
Thank you. Right. Okay, so a little quiz. For students, it will be called a quiz, but maybe you can just have a little bit of self-check, right? Again, going back to some of the words that we use, because phrases and words that we use reflect on our own professionalism, what we say. And if you can recall, one of the 3 C's is conciseness, right? Which means that we want to be as direct, and we don't want to use a lot of words, okay? So instead of saying, for example, arrives on time, a word that starts with P has the same meaning, but just 1 word rather than 3 words. Okay, what would it be? I'll do the first one with you. Anyone?
Punctual.
Yes, thank you very much. So it's punctual, right? So if you are giving feedback to your staff, for example, or you're giving out a reminder, rather than send out a note which says, I hope everybody arrives on time. I mean, it's grammatically correct. There's no problem, but you might want to also say, please be punctual, right? So you're using a word that is more suited to an office context, okay? All right, so I have 10 here, okay? Can I give you all about, I don't know, 10 minutes? Don't Google. Try not to Google first, and after that, I will show you the answers. Is that all right?
Okay, madam.
Okay, all right. Shall we have a prize at the end of it to see who gets it all right? Okay, 10 minutes, yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
Make the
Okay, how's everybody doing? Okay, are we ready to check the answers?
Yes.
Boleh ke?
Boleh, yes.
Boleh. Boleh,
Boleh.
madam.
All right, so here are the answers. So we did arrive on time, it's punctual. Sorry, that's my timer.
Alamak.
Alamak tu apa?
4 je betul.
Maybe we can
Oh, I
go through some of your answers. Yeah,
I thought number 9 I put competent.
competent. Okay, that's you yourself as competent. But if you want to be better than other people, you are competent.
Competitive. Yes, correct.
Yeah, betul. Kejap ya, kejap. I have to take this call. Excuse me, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, tak apa. Dia dah stop. Alright. What were we talking about? Number 2, kan? Make decisions easily. Decisive. When you are decisive, you can you can decide on your own, actually. You don't take a long time to decide. You don't have to think about it for many days, you know, so you are decisive. You know what you want. You know how to do it. So you make a decision very quickly and very easily. Decisive. Sometimes that's good. Sometimes that's not so good, because if you make it too easily, maybe you are not considering other factors, or you have not thought things through, you know, you have not gotten all the important information as well. So it really is depending on the situation, right? Somebody who speaks very well is a person who is very articulate, meaning that they're able to convey all the feelings, the ideas, and they have all the vocabulary so that people can understand what is it that they want to say. Don't confuse good vocabulary for bombastic words, because sometimes learners of a language, you have the impression that when you use a big word or a bombastic word, you give a very good impression of your knowledge of the vocabulary in the English language, and therefore, you know, you are highly regarded, or you are thought of as well as smart or as knowledgeable. In communication, however, you need to choose the words which your audience can understand, all right, and that they are able to process the information easily. Okay, so in that sense, you need to articulate. Can also mean that you're able to share your ideas in your head using the words that you have, so that the audience can understand what is it that's up here. Okay, because sometimes you have the ideas here, but you don't have enough words to convey your message. So you're not able to articulate your thoughts. So if you cannot articulate your thoughts, that means you're not able to convey your message, right? Number 4, does what she promises would mean that she's a reliable person. Right? So if you're giving feedback about a staff, or you're writing a feedback report on somebody's performance, you could say that so-and-so is very reliable. Okay, that's very common, right? Because that means that she follows through, she does what she's supposed to do, right? And sometimes even more, right? Can work alone, would be independent, right? Pays attention to detail, attentive. Attentive can also be somebody who in a meeting is very attentive, right? Pays attention, right? Does things quickly or does things well, is efficient. Works easily with others, cooperative, right? 9, competitive, when you want to be better than others. Okay? Competitiveness sometimes is viewed negatively, but in general, if it's healthy competition, then there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like as long as it doesn't get out of hand, all right? That you're not using illegal ways to win, you're not using crafty or tricky ideas or methods in order to win a particular discussion or argument. Okay, and the last one is speaks nicely to others. That's polite, right? Are there any questions about any of these words that you would like to know? Sorry, Tekan. Anyone?
No.
Okay.
Madam, sorry, number 9, competitive. Can we also use combative?
Combative.
Yes.
Wah, dia memang orang sport.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yes, you can use that, combative, but I think it depends on the context, right? Because if you are not coming from a sports background, or the word combat brings up imagery of war, okay? Because you're going to combat. So you have the idea that there is somebody that is going to be fighting or in that sort of situation or something similar to that. So combative would be invoking those emotions or those sensations. Yeah. It can also be a word that is used in a marketing strategy, perhaps, or for media campaigns, depending on the context and depending on what is it that you're describing. Yeah, itu memang boleh lah. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Ada lagi? Jangan risau. So if you only got 4 that time, maybe you can do better this one. All right, try and test yourself. Okay, I need to find out what's wrong. So instead of saying I need to find out what's wrong, if you are talking to your colleagues, you might want to say we need to
Investigate.
Again?
Investigate
The problem. Okay, that's good. Another word?
Inspect.
Inspect it starts with an I, that's correct, but normally it's not inspect the problem. Normally inspect is used with inspect the area or inspect the site. Okay, inspect. So when I want to find out what's wrong, I want to look into the issue, and I want to see where or what's going on so that I can identify the problem.
Okay.
Okay, so we want to identify what's the problem so that we can come up with a solution. All right, so fix the problem is the next one. So what do I want to do with the R there? What about the issue? How to fix it? A word for fix the problem would be?
Rectify.
Yes, that's good. Rectify the issue. Another one also starts with R.
Remedy.
Remedy the issue. Okay, that's another one.
Oh,
very good lah, you guys. You guys are very good. Don't need this course at all. All done. How about resolve?
Resolve.
Yeah. So you can have tadi we had rectify, remedy. You can also use resolve, right? Okay, my battery is running low. Let me charge it. Okay, here we go. Okay, number 3, give your people confidence. To give people confidence is to?
Motivate.
Very good. Motivate, right? You want to motivate your employees, your staff, your team members, right? So that they can keep going, especially during these times, so many issues with what's happening at home and at the office. So we all need motivation, right? Number 4, give clients my attention. Focus. Very good. Focus. Thank you. Number 5, when we want to spend as little as possible.
Minimize.
Yes.
Minimize.
Right. So university is always telling us we don't have enough money, we're kurang budget, so we need to minimize our expenses, right? But on the other hand, we want to make as much money as possible. So we need to, opposite of minimize?
Maximize.
Yes, maximize our earnings. Okay. So how do we want to maximize our earnings? We need to get more projects, get more work. Another word for get?
Groom.
Number 6 or number 7, madam?
7.
Generate more.
Yes. Generate. Very good.
Nombor 6 dah ke, madam?
Nombor 6 dah kali.
Maximize.
Okay.
Sorry. Number 6, maximize, because it's the opposite of minimize. Right? So number 7, generate. When we want to generate. So generate sounds so much more professional rather than saying get. Right? Get is a very common word to use. Nothing wrong with it. It's fine. But if you want to be in a meeting and you want to, you know, sound like the leader that you are, then we want to say we want to generate income, we want to generate more business, generate more projects, right? Okay. And the last one is we want to use the new ideas. Innovate would be the whole thing. We want to innovate. So you don't need to use new ideas anymore or strategies, right? But if I want to say another word for use, you all have come up with a lot of ideas. Okay, I think these three are really good. They are very viable options.
Incorporate.
Initiate.
Initiate the strategies, yes. But I want to make sure that they also happen as well. Initiate means to start, right? But I want to get it going. You're almost there. It's there somewhere. Come on.
Ignite.
Ignite, like motivate. I want to ignite your passion. I want to ignite your enthusiasm. Can ignite. The next letter is M. If that helps.
Implement.
Yes, implement. Okay, so you use something, you want to start it, you want to initiate it, you want to implement the strategies. All right. So once again, identify the problem, resolve or remedy the issue, right? Rectify the issue, motivate. You want to motivate your staff, right? You want to motivate yourself. You want to focus on your clients or your customers. You want to focus on your team members, right? We want to minimize our expenses, but we want to maximize our earnings. And we want to be able to generate more business. And we need to implement these strategies. Right? So what are some of the things that we can use, right, in the discussions and the meetings that we have? So these would be some of the phrases that you would be able to use, right? By the way, these are not mine. I have compiled these from various sources. So I will, if you like, send you the links to all the different sources where I've compiled all the information from, all right? Then you can, on your own free time perhaps, or you might want to share them with your other colleagues, please feel free to do so, okay? Right, so those are the answers. Now, if you notice, the words come in chunks. You're not just, they're not standalone, they don't happen on their own, okay? They're normally identify the problem, identify the solution. Okay, so these chunks or phrases, they are called co-locations in English, all right? And many of the words in English happen in groups, all right, or chunks. They're called chunks, okay? If you look at number one, it would be identify the risk, identify the person, for example, identify the reason, okay? Identify the ways. So these are some of the words that go together with identify that you would be able to use in your discussions and in your meetings, right? So we did resolve as well, right? Resolve, okay, the solution, the situation, resolve the crisis, resolve the disagreements, right? Remedy them, resolve the tension, okay? Number three would be motivate. So you have to motivate the staff, motivate the team, right? Motivate your children, motivate your spouse, okay? What's the difference between, for example, kids and children? In general, when we're talking, we tend to use the word kids, right? My kids, right? But in some contexts, some people feel that kids is slightly more informal and children is more formal. So it would depend on who you're talking to and in what sort of context you're in. Yeah. Number four is generate. Generate more what? More sales, more revenue, more interest, more enthusiasm, right? All these go along with the word generate. Okay. All right. So on the other side of the slide, you will see these words like we need to, we should, we must, we have to. Okay. So these words are modals. They are modal verbs. They are similar to your can and could, right? But we would say that we want to propose these ideas. So therefore, we usually would use a phrase like, we need to focus on, okay? it's slightly softer than we must focus on. Okay, but it carries the same meaning. Okay, it's just the weight, how heavy you want to sound, right? How much weight you want to put on it, how much importance the situation, the suggestion that you want to make. Okay, right. So we could say we must focus on, meaning that everybody works on this. Okay, there are no other alternatives, there are no other options. This is something which is on the top of the list. Okay, so we must focus on priorities. We must focus on goals. All right. If I say instead we should, then I'm in a suggesting mode. I'm not telling you to do something. Rather, I am simply suggesting that it is a good idea to focus on health. We should focus on health. But whether or not you want to or not, that's up to you. That's your choice, right? So I've used the word should to suggest, to advise, right? Must and have to are similar. They are usually used when the people that you're speaking to or what you are receiving, you have no choice but to follow. There is usually an authority that's outside that is imposing this as well. Okay, and you could be that authority, or in our context on campus, it could be the authority, could be top management. We must focus on goals. We must minimize costs. Okay, so if I get a memo from my finance officer at CELPAT, she might say to me, you must minimize costs, right? Meaning that the proposal that I just proposed, the budget is too big. So I have to cut costs, right? I can also minimize my time, not just cost, not just money, but also time. Another thing that we normally minimize is noise, right? We need to minimize the noise level. It's too loud, right? Okay, the opposite was maximize. So we want to maximize investments, we want to maximize grades, we want to maximize efficiency. That's fairly common. We want to maximize profit, right? Okay, and the last one on the slide is implement. We want to implement changes. So if you're having a meeting, you're asking your team members, you know what, I think we need to review our practices, right? So you've had that session and you're talking and you've got some good ideas. Okay, so let's say that we want to implement these changes. When can we do this, right? Or we have a new policy, we want to implement these policies by so-and-so, or by when, okay? We have some suggestions that we'd like to implement. So these were suggestions that were made earlier, but now it has been approved, so we will implement these. Okay, questions? Anyone? Anything on the slide?
So far, no.
Okay.
The YouTube also no.
Okay, thank you. Right. Okay. The last one for this afternoon session is giving feedback. Okay, why giving feedback matters. Normally we are required to, if you are a supervisor or you have a supervisory role or you are an academic administrator, you might have to give feedback. Okay, if you're a head of department, you're giving feedback on your staff. If you are a head of chairing a team or you're head of that team, you have to give feedback after a proposal, or you have to give feedback on how efficient the project was, okay, or the task at hand. So why is that important to give feedback? Here we're talking more about giving feedback to a team member, okay, whether or not that person has managed to achieve a particular a goal, whether or not the person has managed to do the task well. Right? So what is the purpose? Okay, when we get feedback, it helps us understand our skills, our performance, and it helps us to build on our own talents, right? It sets for an employee or for a team member, it sets clear expectations. If I'm getting feedback from my boss and she says, you know, you have not done this and this, I need it to be in this and this format. Okay, so that tells me that what I have prepared, I have not prepared it up to her expectations. Okay, so that feedback session would tell me exactly what I need to do, right? How I need to do my work, what I need to aim for, okay? And how am I going to achieve that target? So overall, what feedback does is it helps us to improve, okay? And it should be constructive feedback, right? Feedback is different from complaining, right? So we don't want to confuse the two, because oftentimes many people are not able to gauge when is feedback and when is it complaining. Okay.
And madam, and also to show that we are on the same track.
Yes.
Is it? Mm.
Correct. Okay. When you are giving feedback, you want to be sure that you are sharing the same vision. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yes, madam.
Yes. All right. So giving feedback is actually a good idea because it helps us achieve our targets. Right. I think that should be the intention of giving the feedback. Right. So how do you give feedback at work? Right. What we want to do is, first of all, we want to understand who your team members are. You should be able to identify their strengths and their weaknesses, because remember, we want to give feedback, but we also want to build on their talents and skills, and we want for them to be able to improve themselves as well. Right? So know who your team members are, understand their strengths, identify what their weaknesses are, and then give feedback accordingly. Right? So knowing your team members is important. Okay. The next one is timing. When do you want to give feedback? Do you want to give feedback right then, when something happens and it's not the outcome that you want is not achieved? Do you want to give feedback when everybody's angry or upset? Do you want to choose your time when you give the feedback? Right? So timing is important. You don't want to delay the feedback too long, because then everything will be old and perhaps forgotten, right? But you also don't want to give feedback in the heat of the moment, because then when everybody's emotions are high, it might be misconstrued. Okay, or everybody could become more defensive, and then what would happen is that the emotions take over rather than addressing what is the issue in the first place. Okay, so timing. Look for a good time when everybody is calm, when everybody seems there's an opportunity open for discussion. Okay, everybody seems to be in a more positive frame of mind. Then that would be a good time to give feedback. Or you can also set a time and say that, okay, maybe a week later, you can say, okay, I'd like to have a session. We'd like to have a little talk, perhaps, okay, maybe an hour or so, and then you set aside a specific time to give that feedback, okay? Number 3 is to praise in public. When you have something good to say, all right, do that in public so that everybody else can hear that, so that the person who is being praised feels good. All right, but criticize in private. When you have to give feedback, which perhaps is more, it can be taken personally, perhaps, but you don't mean it personally. But maybe the way that it's given, perhaps when you do it publicly, they take it very personally, and the person feels embarrassed, perhaps. Right? So we want to give this feedback on a perhaps one-to-one session, all right, and in private. In private meaning also, you might want to think about where to give the feedback. If you're the boss and you're giving feedback in your office, then that sets the tone that it's a boss and employee kind of context. But you don't want to give feedback also at your employee's cubicle or your employee's desk. So the best solution would be to give feedback at a neutral area, for example, a discussion room or a meeting room, right? Okay. Number 4 is not to personalize. not to focus on personal characteristics, all right, a person's personality. Rather, talk about what is the issue, what is the task. Okay, so you can ask questions, for example, like, how do you think you did? What could you do you think, to make it better? Or what could you have done differently? Okay, so that the session is not framed around the person, but on the situation or on the task. Okay, so asking the correct questions and also the way that you say it and how you approach it would ensure a positive feedback session. Okay, number 5 would be focus on the future. What is done, it has already been done, so we need to move on. So that's why asking the question, what do you think you could have done differently, or how could we make it better, right? That would take it to what's going to happen next. So next time when you follow or when you have a particular task, again the same task, then the employee would think of, oh, okay, I did this that way previously, maybe I shouldn't do it because it didn't have a very good outcome, so I'm going to try and do something differently this time around, right? And lastly, it's encouraged for both parties to record the feedback. By record, I don't mean video or voice. Record just means that you have made a note of it, you know, on a document, what happened, how was it handled, meaning is it a sharing session, there was an appointment made, there was a discussion, okay, and maybe you want to record the resolution. What did you decide to do? What did the other person decide to do? Okay, and then later maybe you can review that session and review what were the steps, how effective they were in order to handle a particular situation better. All right, any questions?
Not yet, madam.
Okay. All right. You're not, I wonder if it's not yet because everybody's so good already. Okay. Or is it not yet because we are getting close to lunchtime? Now all of us are.
Because we understand now.
Okay, good, alhamdulillah. I think you already all understand. You know, this is just like, you know, refresher, right? And make you a little bit more aware, maybe. Yeah. Okay. So feedback is not an easy thing to give. All right, especially if you don't want to, your personality type is not one who is confrontational, or you don't like to, offend people. You're afraid that what you say might offend them and that you might hurt their feelings. I think that's a very tricky line, and I think a lot of people at a managerial level or administrator level, they tend to shy away from giving feedback. Especially in an Asian context. I find it quite a challenge. When I was head of the department and I had to give feedback, to certain staff, it was a learning experience for me as well, because some staff can become very defensive, and I think it happens both ways. When I get feedback as well, I can also find myself sounding very defensive. You don't mean to be, but what you say or your facial expression perhaps can be very defensive as well. Okay, so why is being defensive that word? Yeah? People always say, don't be defensive. Why is being defensive not a good thing? Anyone? Because when you become defensive, it's the emotion take over. Yeah, your emotions. We as human beings, we have many different emotions. and some of them, many of them happen at the same time. Okay, you can be happy, but you're crying. You can be crying because you're sad. You're crying because that thing is both sad and happy. You know, there are, when you have invested a lot of time and effort into doing a project, and when somebody gives you feedback and say, oh, that was not well done, you cannot help but take it like on a personal note, like, but I worked so hard. You know, I spent so much time. I sacrificed my family time. I work over the weekends, and my boss is telling me, you know, he didn't like it. It wasn't good. You know, it wasn't good enough. I didn't meet my target. You know, so when you try to justify what you did, okay, the word is justify. And when you try to justify and you try to rationalize and you tell them, but I did this and I did that, and so it sounds like you are being defensive. Okay. However, if your boss has said, you know, that was quite a good effort, perhaps maybe we can think about what we could do different. Now, that takes it away from you, from me, the person who did the project. That focuses the discussion on the project itself, not on how I did it, not on how many hours I spent, right? So that helps look at the effort. Okay, so if you're the manager, you need to acknowledge the effort. So you say, you know, I realize that you put a lot of hours into this. Perhaps we can think of other targets that we will not address, or maybe we want to see something different, or start by asking your teammate, how do you think it went? Was it just okay? If it is just okay, maybe we can think of how we can make it just a little better, right? So that focuses the attention, that shifts the attention from you or from your employee or from your team member to the task, to the work that you're talking about, right? Because after all, we're talking about giving feedback at work. We're talking about the workplace. So what's important is all of us, like the sister said earlier, sharing a common target, having a common objective, and our work should be to meet that common objective, right? Okay, so that would be something to bear in mind. I think of all of this, what's the most difficult for me would be not to personalize something and to be able to frame the feedback session in a positive manner. Okay, and if any of you have any tips how to do this, please let me know. Yeah, I'm also learning, and I would definitely appreciate you know, what happens at your workplace, in your own units or in your own offices. What's the best way to give feedback? What do you think? Anyone? Anyone like to share? Susah ke? Senang ke nak give feedback ni? Especially face to face.
Depending, madam, on the situation.
Depends on the situation.
Yes. For example, like because like you said, people are with emotions, right? And some persons, they can take the comments really well, but some can be a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
You know, being defensive and all that. But like for myself, we have to do what we have to do, kan? So if I don't feel comfortable to have it face to face, then I'm going to have it through WhatsApp or something. You know, it's more personal and just like, because the thing is, when you call your subordinate, or maybe I may say the staff or your assistants to your office, then to your room, then they'll feel, you know, a bit nervous, and because ada shield, you know, before coming in. You know, sometimes we just that very light, and we just want to have a very light conversation and all that. So yeah, I do use writing writing mode juga lah when it comes to to these people. I think it's good because you document stated it in a sense, and they can refer it back, and it is more objective. Because sometimes even we do have emotions as well, and if you can sense that that person is kind of defensive, you might come up with your sword at the end of the day.
Oh, I like that. Madam Salina has got a sword. Alamak. I don't know office mana ni. But I nak pergi office.
I mean our office, we are very alhamdulillah, we are very small team. Alhamdulillah, everyone is really being cooperative and all that. But it's just that I've been to many other offices as well. So it's based on my experiences before. So that's the thing. So I think sometimes it's better for you just to write whatever comment that you have. It is more objective in a sense, and takkan melirik lah apa kita kata. So you just being more objective in that sense, I think.
Very good. Thank you for sharing, Madam Salina. May I ask which office you're attached to, or what you mean?
Hello, nanti Madam tahu.
Hello. Tak apalah. Okay lah, tak apa. I won't press. But I think that's a good point that you said, that sometimes for some people, for some members of that we have to work with, or situations that you want to write it down and share that feedback. Again, that also depends on the context. If it's about a task at hand, if when we write it down, then what happens is we can go back to those 7 C's. It becomes clear because they're not doing certain things which you had set out to do. So they're not meeting these objectives, and then you can list them. All right. It's more difficult, yes, definitely, when you deal with dealing one-to-one on giving feedback on where people might take it that you are criticizing their themselves, their personality and their behavior. I think generally, I find that it is a very, very, very touchy, sensitive, it can be, because there are personalities out there that feel that you, instead of giving feedback, you are criticizing. Feedback sounds very positive, but it's often associated with having the same meaning as somebody criticizing you. And criticizing, the word itself, when you think of it, is a negative word. So criticism is always very hard to take, right? It takes a very self-assured, confident, high self-esteem person to be able to take criticism and also to be able to take feedback, right? So we ourselves would want to work on being able to take feedback so that we, I think, are able to give good feedback. Good feedback meaning that whatever task that we set out to do, whatever task is at hand, or whatever that objective is, that we meet those objectives. So again, we want to just focus on the work, not on personalities, right? I'm not here to change your personality or to change you and make you a better person, because sometimes feedback can come off as being you are like macam nak lecture orang. Okay? But that shouldn't be the case, because feedback in our context simply means that we want to improve our work, right? So we want to focus on the work and on the performance, right?
Madam, if I may say, sometimes when we want to critique, as for me, from my experience, I can accept criticism, but in a way that if that person say a good thing first, and then you can critique me, like you cannot just say that something bad, like you want to critique. It's good to start it with, like, say that your point is good, this and that, like you said, but I think this cannot, this thing is not suitable for something like that.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's better to be polite if we want to critique.
Yes. Okay. I think that's a good point, that we want to. It's not about, orang Melayu kata, it's not about just about nak jaga hati, kan? is actually to create a positive work environment. We need to be respectful, because jaga hati sometimes can go above and beyond. Benda yang tak payah buat pun you nak buat sebab you nak jaga hati orang tu. Alright? But if you want to be professional, a good tip would be like what the sister just said, the madam just said, that you want to start off by saying something positive about the work. Alright? So you did something good. What was it? Acknowledge the effort, and then talk about how we can improve it. Right? What can we do to make it better?
Yes, madam.
Good, very good. Right.
Okay, madam. There's one question from the not question from the YouTube sister Suhani. What about being sarcasm?
What about being
sarcasm?
What about being sarcastic?
Sarcasm.
Yeah? What about being sarcastic? Sarcasm. Of course, it's not good. Okay, if you ask me personally, I think sarcasm, it should only be reserved for very, very good friends. Very, very good friends. Friends who are your BFFs. Even itu pun you kena jaga. Because sarcasm has to be understood that it is sarcasm. If you're being sarcastic, but you are actually like joking. Some people say, "Alah, kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm not being serious. Saya joking je, tak maksud apa-apa pun," you know, and then they think that is sarcasm. Okay, but if I don't know you, I don't know that you're joking. You are not friends. So again, tone is important. How will I know that that is sarcasm coming from you and not criticism? Right? So you need to understand sebenarnya sarcasm tu, what is it? What is sarcasm? What is the definition of sarcasm? Yeah. And then in what context is it acceptable? So when I was growing up, I have a group of 6 friends. We were really, really girls who, I went to a convent school, okay? But most of my friends were Malay. But we like to, joke around, and we were really sarcastic. We can sort of like, in bahasa Melayu kata bagi je lah kat semua kan. Habis. Mulut tu tajam, laser. Okay. But at the same time, if somebody we were able to do that with the 6 of us, because we understood each other. We knew we were on the same wavelength. We knew that actually we don't mean it, or we were just kidding around, or maybe there's a little bit of truth to it, but otherwise there was nothing. It didn't mean anything. But if we were to do that to other people outside of our group who don't know us, who were not close to us, who don't share the same, understanding, they would have their feelings hurt. So we were very careful how we use that sarcasm, right? Okay, so I would say be very careful when you want to use sarcasm. Not everybody appreciates it. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword. Sarcasm is good, but only in certain situations, and depends on how you use it and who you're with. So in general, if I were you in a work situation, I would not use sarcasm. That's not something that I would encourage at all. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, madam.
Anything else?
As far, no.
Okay. Anybody else want to share? It's 12:30. If there's nothing else, can we break here a bit earlier, perhaps? Yeah, I rasa semua orang dah nak think that this is a golden opportunity to break. Okay, Brother Rostam has his thumbs up. Thank you for turning on your screen. It's so nice to see your face. So I feel like I'm talking to people. All right. So we will take a break, right? A little bit earlier. We're supposed to end at 12:45. So if everybody's agreeable, maybe we can break now, and then we will meet back again at 2.
At 2. Okay, madam.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So when we come back at 2, I hope to see more screens on more faces on my screen.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Okay. Thank you all very much. I'll see you all at 2. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Sister. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Salam, Madam.
Hello. Everybody okay?
Okey, Alhamdulillah. Madam dah makan?
Sempat masak dan sempat makan. Alhamdulillah. Now my baju smells like curry.
Apa kita orang tak bau.
Lucky you're not here to smell, so tak apa. Alright. Afternoon, we have two topics to cover for this afternoon. Right? Let me know when you're ready, Madam Harliana.
Okay.
I'll just share the screen first sekejap, ya.
Okay, kejap tengok dekat YouTube.
Wrong one.
Okay, dekat YouTube ada 38 setakat ni.
Okay, maybe we can start lah kot. Dah tak?
Zoom 19 baru. Mungkin dia tak masuk lagi, Madam.
Maybe baru nak solat and everything kan? Especially if we have ladies, memanglah macam-macam nak kena multitask.
Betul.
Yeah. It's a challenge to be at home and work from home.
Betul, Madam.
Mula ingat macam best kan, duduk rumah.
Ya, tapi sebenarnya
kan? Tapi
tak seindah disangka.
Kan, betul. Really, I initially mula-mula ingat, best lah juga, tak payah, I live in Subang, so nak pergi Gombak at least setengah jam kalau tak jam. Bestnya tak payah hari-hari nak travel, nak toll, nak ni. Hari tu, dah first MCO tu, lepas tu macam, bila boleh balik office ni?
Kan, rindu pula office.
Oh yes, I have not been in the office for almost 1 year dah. Memang saya tak masuk langsung Salepet.
Oh my, lama juga tu.
Lama, itulah. Rindu all my kawan-kawan kat office. So, itulah kat rumah macam-macam nak jaga.
Lagi penat.
Ya, betul. Lagi penat. Especially I think for the ladies who have younger children.
Ya, ada anak. PDPR.
Ya, really nak jadi cikgu untuk anak-anak. Satu kelas pun saya dah rasa pening. Ini if you have 3 kids, 3 different standards, nak monitor lagi, nak kerja lagi.
Homework lagi.
Betul. Ya, memang challenging.
Okay, sini. Baru 21. Di Zoom.
Raja Rostam. Yeah, so I was saying you are very lucky to have your wife manage everybody at home, kan? So I always tell my husband, I also want a wife. Boleh tak? Nak help me kat rumah kan? Aduh, itulah. Tapi I'm sure, even for everybody, whether you're a husband or a wife, macam different challenges. Right?
Correct.
Yeah. The next session actually kita nak bincang how all this information, how do we operationalize it, what do we do, and maybe it would be helpful if you could give me some of your or main challenges at work, and then maybe we can talk about it together, and come up with some common solutions which you have in order to address those challenges. Okay. All right. Shall we begin?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, Madam, you can.
Thank you.
Yang proceed pada.
Okay. All right. Welcome back. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to our afternoon session. We have in the morning talked about the 7 C's, the 7 elements in order to improve our communication skills. All right. In order to be able to communicate with people, we need to be clear in our messages, in what we want to say. We need to be concise. We need to be direct, right? Meaning to keep it short, so that people can focus on our message. We need to be complete. We need to have all the information necessary for our friends and our teammates in order to carry out their tasks. All right. We also need to consider our audience and who we're talking to, have consideration and courtesy, right? And we also need to be concrete, meaning that we need to be specific. What is it that we want our teammates or our the people in our team to achieve, right? So don't we want to be very in that sense, provide more detail in terms of what our expectations are. Okay. And so we also covered some of the vocabulary and phrases that would be helpful to be used in the workplace, right, when you are communicating. So this afternoon, we're going to continue with how to communicate. What are the steps? What do we need to do in order to have better communication with our team members? All right. So first of all, what we want to be able to do is actually listen. Before anything else, when you are having a conversation or you are trying to communicate with another person, while one person is speaking, ideally the other person is listening, right? We want to differentiate between listening and hearing, because hearing is actually different, right? If you are just hearing somebody, you are not necessarily paying attention. What you're actually doing is, okay, I see like for example, right now, you might see my lips move, you see I'm having some expression, but if you're not listening, you are doing something else up here. You're not focused, right? Some people, in order to help them listen, they like to take notes. It helps them follow, right? So there is a difference between hearing and listening. And the difference is the attention, right? The focus that you have when you want to pay attention to someone. You want to be sure that you keep on track on what you're listening, because our human brain actually can only listen for about less than 5 minutes actually. Okay, especially in today's activity where there's a lot of information. We have a lot of information overload. If you're on your handphone, you're scrolling, right? And for each scroll that you do, there are 3 or 4 different chats or different types of information going on. So our brain has learned to switch off. We've learned to filter, and we have decided what's important and what's not, right? So when you're not listening closely to someone, you are actually turning off the brains, the cells there to focus on something else. Okay, so how many of us have done this? I know I have. You attend a workshop or a meeting or a conference call, but at the same time, your camera is off, and your microphone is off, and where's my phone? And I'm on the phone. I'm answering messages. I'm telling my children to do this. There's a delivery at the gate. I have to go get it, right? So when the other person is talking, you're not listening. And if you're not able to listen and not understand what's the message that is trying to be conveyed, chances are that there will be something missing in the communication, right? Something that needs to be done that is not heard, so therefore doesn't get achieved. Something that needs to be considered, that if you didn't get it, you missed out. You did not consider that, so then your work is not complete. Okay, so listening is an important factor for us to actively use. It's a skill that we need to actively use in order to improve our communication skills. Okay. It also happens in our own personal lives as well. And I think we can carry this skill from the workplace to the home so that we can have better communication with our children, with our spouses, that many times when you listen, you're not listening to hear and understand what the other person, but you're listening because you're getting ready to reply. Oh, dia dah cakap ni. Okay, I'm going to say this. You dah susun dah ayat tu atas tu. Okay, I want to say this. This is my reply. But when you do that, you're blocking out what the other person is talking about, because you have already censored and vetted the person who is trying to tell you something, right? So you're more focused on what you want to say, right? So the importance has shifted from the person who's talking towards yourself. Okay, so we need to, I always have to constantly remind myself, let the other person talk, let them finish, then think about what you want to say and then reply accordingly, right? So that's an important skill in order for us to communicate effectively, right? Okay, in order to communicate effectively, another thing that we need to do additionally is to be clear ourselves. If we are leading a team, we need to have a vision, right? And because if we don't know where we're going, then it's going to be the blind leading the blind. Yeah, it's like you take a road trip, but you don't have a map, you don't have a destination. Okay, unless you are in your department, you're like hippie, like, you know, flower piece, flower child. Tak kisahlah apa-apa lah. Anything will do. Wait, what do you guys want to do today? Tak tahu. You know, I don't know. Up to you. Want to do what? You know, if you want to run that sort of department, that's all right. Okay, but depending on what your target goal is, right? So definitely. For each of you, I'm sure you have your own visions, you know, your own objectives, your own targets to achieve. You also have your own ideas of where you want to take your team, right? So if you have that, then you need to be able to communicate that to your team members. Okay, this is the plan. This is where we want to go, right? And it needs to have a foundation. It needs to be based on a principle or an ideal or maybe a larger common goal. Like, for example, if we are at IIUM, our vision, of course, for our department is to do something that would help the university reach the university's vision and mission. Okay, so what is ours as a team? Like my team at SALPAC, what is our vision? Okay, and what are our objectives for this task? Okay, so this is the task, and then normally what we would do is we would set those goals for ourselves so that we can be clear where is the target that we want to hit towards, and then we can discuss how are we going to get there. What do we need to do? Plan, you know, work backwards. Okay, very much like when we are working on a curriculum that is outcome based. Right, so the outcome, so we are working actually backwards. The outcome is already there. This is what we want. We want students who are well-rounded, right? We want students who have adab. We want students who model the concepts of khair, right? Who have rahmatil alamin. We want our staff to be the same. So if those are our targets, then we work backwards to decide what is it that we need to do in order to achieve those targets. Okay, so you have that already. What you need to do then is to communicate that. Make sure that everyone in the team is clear. Communicate to them, talk to them, discuss, explain. Why are all these important? All right, so that would be the second step, right? So listening happens at all levels. So when you are communicating, okay, your target to them, be sure that you listen to them as well. Ask them what they think. Ask them, how do you think we can do this? Right. I think in Islam, there is the concept of shura, right? Where everybody discusses and you have an open discussion and you talk about the pros and the cons. You know, if you develop a particular strategy towards achieving these objectives, what would be the best, right? Because, you know, generalization only works to a certain extent. The university might come up with a 5-step strategy for all departments to follow. And that is a general plan, but your department might have unique considerations because you are a little bit different, right? So you might ask yourself, okay, do I really need to do this? Can I do it differently? Ask your team members, this is the objective, this is the general plan. Can we follow this? Or are there other things that we can tweak or we can adapt so that it will suit us better? Right. So what does actually that do? When you discuss that with your team members, you include them in the decision making. So you try to foster an atmosphere or an environment of ownership, right, rather than top down. If they're always told what to do and it's coming from the top, but they don't see the significance of it or why it's important, chances are they don't feel invested in it and they feel like they have been pressured to do something that they don't believe in. right? And that will affect job performance. It will affect how they do it, right? And in the end, your objective that you want to achieve may not be as effectively met. Okay, so inclusion is important. You want to include so that people feel part of the process. They feel part of the decision-making process, and therefore that helps build better team spirit. Okay, so having a vision, listening, helping them to understand why it's important to have this vision. What's important about this vision, about having our students who are well behaved, who have all these qualities. Okay, why is that? Why is that important? Get them to think about it, and then get them to feel that they are also in agreement. If we are all on the same wavelength, then chances are you will have less obstacles and less stumbling blocks that will come your way, right? Okay, so while you're communicating, I want to bring back the idea of body language again, all right? Because throughout our session from this morning until now, we have been talking about how to communicate with people, not just by the words that we use, but also how we handle our body language, all the non-verbal communicators that can either enhance the message or can distract, right? So if I'm able to, in our culture, let me start with the Western culture. In the West, when I went to school in the US, it was a given. Yeah, it was a given that when you talk to somebody, you want to look at them straight in the face, look into their eyes. If you're not looking into their eyes, they would feel that you are trying to hide something, that you're not telling the truth. Okay. However, that is slightly different, right? For some people in our culture, right? They have a difficult time looking at somebody directly in their face, and especially if I am speaking to somebody of a different gender, right? Who is male. Okay, so the interactions between male employees and female employees, typically in an environment such as ours on campus, there is a not reluctance, but most people find it more appropriate to lower their gaze. Okay, and this sometimes can be misconstrued if you are meeting with people who are outside the university, because if you get used to it and you don't look at people when you're talking to them, you might carry that behavior into a different context. Okay, so while that's appropriate for us on campus, it might not have the same effect if you are outside. Okay, so I would remind all of us to be mindful of eye contact, especially. Okay, because they say the eyes are the mirrors of your soul. So that the Western culture emphasizes a lot on making sure that you have eye contact so that you can see with your eyes how other people are reacting to your message and how they feel about what you say. Okay, so if we don't look at people directly, how can we be sure that our message comes across in your own teams? What do you guys do typically? How do you normally know that your team is in agreement with you or share your same thoughts, or if you're enthusiastic about an idea, how do you know that your teammates feel also the same? What do they normally do?
When they nodding their heads.
Like this, yeah, when you're nodding their heads. Okay, all right. Anything else? How do you tell the difference between if they're really nodding their heads because they really are excited and genuine, or they're just nodding their heads because you're the boss and they know that they have to follow you?
Okay, madam. From my experience with my team, usually when we conducted a Google meeting, and then they seldom open up their camera. Usually when they say okay Kak Vita, meaning that they agree what.
Okay. All right. So the word okay, yeah? The word okay, yeah, would be a sign of agreement. Okay, faham, okay, faham, okay. Did you notice that, in the Asian culture, we tend to repeat our words. Okay. We don't say okay. We'll say okay. All right. Anything else? Okay. All right. So the next point would be another step that's important is we want to be aware of our differences. Okay, because we might have differences. Right? Everybody has their own opinion. So we are each of us different individuals with different experiences, coming from different backgrounds. So our perspectives would be or can be either a little different or vastly different, very different, right? So why is it important to be aware of these differences? Anyone? When you know that you and your friend are on the same wavelength or have the same idea, you typically would assume, okay, you want to do something, or you want to plan an activity, or you want to decide where to stay. For example, if you're going on a trip together, because you know that both you and your friend are similar, have similar likes, have similar dislikes, you can assume, okay, that whatever you want to do or suggest, that will be well received, right? But if you are different from other people, or other people are different from you and have different viewpoints, and you are not aware of these, okay, what you will be doing sometimes is that you are imposing, you are forcing your suggestions or your ideas onto the team, okay? Or you might be different in terms of what type of communicator you are. Some people, they like to communicate with words. Some people don't like to communicate with words. They like to communicate by writing, right? They're shy, they don't like to talk, okay? So whatever these differences are, when you are aware of them, you will think of, oh, I need to accommodate so-and-so, or okay, I want to plan to do this outing, but I know so-and-so, they have this health issue, their back is not so good, so maybe we shouldn't plan for such a long jogging activity, or we shouldn't have so much nature walks, okay? So what happened there is that you have an awareness, and then so that you are able to plan accordingly. Okay, so where you want to accommodate as much as possible these differences. Okay, so that the general objective that you want to hit towards, that one is met. Okay, all right. Being different you don't have to all be the same. I think in our culture we have actually the opposite. We are very keen on standardization. Okay. We have not had any major events because of COVID, but I just like to ask, okay, especially the ladies, right? If you can share, or even Brother Rustam, because he's so active, and I definitely appreciate his participation. But I've noticed that in the Malay culture, especially when you come to planning an event, right, like a wedding or an engagement, okay, how do you symbolize your solidarity or your sense of coming from one family? How do you do that?
Uniformity, madam.
Yeah, how do you do that? Contohnya?
We use the same color.
Yeah, correct, betul. Okay, I've noticed this, that in the Malay culture, they like to do this. Okay, okay, family lelaki color apa, family perempuan color apa, betul?
betul.
One of the first things if somebody were to say to you or your sister or your brother or your son or your daughter is going to get married, oh kita nak colour apa ah? All right. So people get very excited about trying to use standardization, all right, as a symbol to signify that we are coming from the same place, right? So that's very similar to the idea of being different because actually in real life, nobody wants to be outstanding out there as being different, right? We tend to shy away and we tend to withdraw from standing out because we, as the average human being wants to fit in, right? They want to fit in with the norm. They want to be on the normal track so that they are not called upon, so that they are not viewed as different. Dia tu lain lah. How many of us have done that, have said that, or have heard that, or have been, or people say that about you, right? Dia tu tak sama, dia tu tak boleh, dia tu lain, kan? So you nobody wants to be lying, okay? But if you think of different in a different sense, I want to challenge you to think about being different, okay? There is a phrase that says, dare to be different. Do you dare to be different? So the question would be for me, if somebody were to ask me, do you dare to be different? I would reply by saying, well, it depends on what am I being different about, right? What it has to do with my values, what I believe in, the principles, okay? And I carry all of that into the work that I do. Right. So if it is a culture of where everybody they work, but they don't put they might just do what is necessary. They might not do more than that. Or the expression is okay lah tu, dah lah tu. Tangkap, it's like kerja yang cukup lah, tak payahlah. Alah, tak ada orang bacanya. Nobody's going to read it. It's alright. Just put something that doesn't matter. Okay. Now, so if that is that culture, then I want to be different. So I would encourage the team members to go beyond, right? Be different. So if I'm the person that wants to go beyond, right? I want to do more. I think we can do more, or I think we can do it differently. How do I communicate that with my team who are the opposite, who are so used to, okay, that's all right, we don't have to do anymore. This is the usual way we do it. Usually we do this. Right? So why do I have to be different, madam? Kan, we've done it all these years. 10 tahun dah kita buat macam ni. Why do I have to do it differently? Okay je? Ada je student? Right. So if I want to communicate this particular aspect of being different, how should I do that? So that is when you have, going back to the idea of a shared vision, right? Listening to them, but at the same time explaining where you're coming from and why that's important for you. So hopefully if both parties practice the same steps, they're able to come to a happy compromise and meet in the middle. Right? Because, we can't always get what we want. We need, and people don't change overnight, right? So we need to work towards that as a process, okay? Right? So that's the awareness of being different, okay?
Madam,
yes.
Someone said, Madam Siti Hawati said, to avoid miscommunication. Itu dia punya maybe jawapan
answer to why we are not
awareness of differences.
Awareness. Yes.
To avoid miscommunication.
Yes, to avoid miscommunication, definitely. Right, thank you. That would be what the whole session for today is about, because we want to do all these things in order to avoid miscommunication. Okay, because once there is miscommunication, and usually you guys, once there is one incident of miscommunication, usually it will happen for a long time until somebody brings it up, until it is addressed, until we talk about it. Okay, sometimes you might be the one miscommunicating, but you're not even aware. until somebody tells you and gives you that feedback. So remember we were talking about feedback earlier, right? So that's why feedback is another important element to communicating effectively. If nobody tells you that, you know what, you know the other day or in the other project, there was this that we didn't address, then only perhaps from that feedback, you would have that bulb go off and say, oh, ding, I know, I just thought of it. Maybe we can do it this way, right? So again, you want to avoid miscommunication, definitely, okay? By being aware of how we are different, where we come from perhaps makes us different, our family, our experiences, what we have been through, okay? And of course, if you're dealing with multicultural countries or cultures where you come from different cultures, you would definitely have some differences, and we need to be aware of those so that we don't do things which offend people unknowingly, okay? So we might think it's all right in our culture to do so, but the other culture may not think so, right? So we need to be aware of those, right? Okay, resolving conflict. How do we resolve conflict? Does that happen in your office? Is it just something which is swept under the carpet? All right, you know, there's something not so nice, but we don't want to talk about it. So we just ignore it and hope that it will go away. Tak payahlah cakap. Or the expression would be, malas lah, malas nak layan, malas. So what do we do when there's conflict? Okay, so we need to have a strategy, right? If you are in a leadership role in your department, you need to have a strategy in order to resolve these conflicts, okay? Typically, most experts would recommend talking about it, right? The steps that were in feedback earlier, okay? Talking about the issue, looking at the issue without personalizing it. Do not bring in the personal factors, all right? Maybe having a third party come in if it's really serious to mediate, okay? To have an objective view for both sides so that you can resolve the conflict in a positive manner, okay? The consequences of not resolving conflict is that it is always there. It is always there in that environment, okay? There is a saying called, there is the elephant in the room. It's the elephant in the room that nobody is talking about. So imagine you're in the room, there is an elephant in your room or in your office, but you and your teammate are not saying anything, even though the elephant is right there in that space. Okay, so that means that both I see it, you see it, but we are not talking about it. Nobody say, apa ada gajah dalam bilik kau ni? Right? Nobody say, how did this elephant get here? But it is there, and it will be there for as long as you don't address it. Right? So depending on your style, right? You would have your own styles, your own personalities on how you want to resolve this conflict, right? Okay, right. I'm going to stop here for a bit, and I'd like you to share with me, or at least write down in the chat, what is the one thing, just one, right? Very easy. Just what is the one thing that you like the most about your work or about how you communicate with your teammates? Okay. And what is the one thing that you would like to do better? Okay, so I'm going to give you about 10 minutes to think about it. So one thing that you like about the way that you communicate with your teammates, and one thing that you like to improve on. Boleh?
5 minutes, madam?
Yeah, 5 minutes, okay.
Okay.
Thank you. So let me know when you're ready or you need more time.
As far no sharing yet at chat. You.
Okay. Anybody out there?
Yes, madam.
Yes, would anybody like to begin sharing? One thing that you like about your, how you communicate or how you communicate with your teammates. Ada? Anyone? What do you like about, what you do and how you do it?
Madam, may I try first?
Sure. There's no,
Okay.
you know what? There's no right or wrong answer.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Just you sharing. Yeah. Go ahead.
I think in under my capacity, I think what I love about my job is when I give some pep talk to the team, okay, during halftime or before the game, and it will inspire the players to do well.
Oh, very good.
Okay, because, that's my experience. so far in being a coach
Okay.
in IIM.
Oh, very good. So you must be you know, you must have great faith in your team, and you are able to motivate them, you know, and get them to, you know, keep going.
And also, Madam must watch a lot of movies to get special inspiring quotes. Okay?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of it comes from media. You know, you are exposed to different approaches and how different people do it, you know, and so that is good that then you can apply that and you see that it works. Yeah, very good. Okay, Alhamdulillah. Thank you for sharing. Anybody else? So it must be very, I guess the word that you have is very rewarding. Yeah, very rewarding. Okay, right.
Okay, madam. Sister Aina Alwani. Love using WhatsApp as medium of fast communication.
Okay.
Dislike when discussing a topic, suddenly someone interrupt and the topic suddenly changed and previous topic left hanging.
Okay. Yeah. So that's a good one. It's good that we have WhatsApp nowadays. All of us really depend on or use the WhatsApp to do communication for our daily office, you know, routine, sending out messages in terms of questions, you know, or what needs to be done, or who's going to take care of what. Okay, so that's certainly very helpful, right? Because with WhatsApp, you can be very direct. Unless you follow with an emoji of a heart or a smiley face, okay, depending on who you're talking to. So it is definitely a useful tool, yeah, to have. Some people nowadays, they prefer to use other social media platforms, right, to communicate. So other than WhatsApp, I think some people are also using Telegram, okay, but definitely, I think we would be on our telephone, we would definitely have many different group chats that we belong to, especially if you're working on different projects, so, and you would have different teams. Okay, thank you, Madam Aina. The thing that she doesn't like is actually referring to on the slides that we talked about earlier, that when you talk about, or when you have an agenda on a meeting, and then you get a distraction, and you digress, and you move, and then your earlier point on your agenda is not achieved. Okay, so that is very frustrating. So then that's the skill that you need to have to make sure that everybody stays on track and doesn't go off track. Okay, all right. Anybody else? So, no one else want to share? Some of us have worked with IIUM for a long time, and we've developed many close relationships with the people whom we work with. So I know for myself that for the friends that I have, they are now like my sisters. You know, we visit each other during celebrations. We know each other's children. Some of our children even grow up together, you know, because they go to the schools nearby. And so your colleagues have now turned into an extended family, right? So that's the one thing that I like on the workplace and the workplace environment of IIUM, you know, is generally very positive. Everybody's very kind and nice. We have reminded of our jobs as being an amanah of who we are. All right. So I think we are in a comparatively speaking, when you think of other work environments, I think our work environment is a very safe environment. Yeah. So it really is up to the individual to conduct themselves in a manner where that is that feeling is returned. Okay, so generally, if you have a positive attitude, okay, inshallah, that is returned, and your work environment also will be, inshallah, very rewarding as well. Okay,
okay, madam. Madam Salina. Lately love to use GM, Google Meet or Zoom at least once a week. It's good to hear other voices and see others.
Yes.
And you actually can keep track their well-being by doing this.
Yes. Okay, with COVID, definitely GM is a good way to catch up and meet, right? So video calls, right? When you make video calls, okay. So that would be another substitute. If you're using WhatsApp, you can use video calls, right? To communicate and to see each other on a daily basis or on a weekly basis. Okay. What doesn't she like?
Tidak stated here. Okay, brother Aminuddin. I love to communicate face to face. That make me confident. Even my English not very good. So I try to do my best to communicate, especially when I have to explain more to my student. Most important is what I want to say is delivered smoothly and understand by student.
Yeah. Okay. All right, brother Aminuddin. That's a good principle to live by. Right, when you challenge yourself and when you're in a face-to-face situation, when you want to communicate, even though you might feel that your language skills are not like a native speaker just yet, you're still trying to improve yourself. There is a difference between fluency, when you can talk, maybe not all the grammar is correct, but you are fluent enough to share your ideas. And so that's what in general what we want to target at. Right, fluency is sometimes more important than accuracy. Right, what's important is the content that you want to deliver is delivered, and your audience understands what you need to say. Right, so what we want to target here in this workshop is that you are fluent enough. You're able to have a conversation without a lot of humming and humming, all those fillers. You know the sound. So we want to try and reduce those, right? And so for you to be able to communicate clearly, okay? So we want to build fluency skills, all right? Okay, anybody else? Do we generally like working at IUM?
Okay, madam, in the YouTube.
Yeah.
Sister Adinda, I think. Adinda Nuraida. I like to see their eyes and facial reaction. So you can see either they agree with you or have others' opinion.
Yes.
Either opinion.
Yeah. That's true. So we're talking about eye contact, right? When we can see from an expression on somebody's face whether they are receptive, whether they like your idea, they like what you're telling them, or it's the opposite reaction. Okay. So again, the non-verbal communication is important. So if you see somebody who is not very receptive or doesn't really like your idea, what do you do? So coach, you're coaching them, and then you say, no, you need to practice more every day. Do this and do that, and then your player says.
Then I need to change my training method, madam.
Okay, so that's a good approach where you take it upon yourself to change something rather than you insist that they follow you. Yeah, so I think that's an interesting approach, that you need to change your training method. Okay, so you're calling for an internal review of your own practice, okay, rather than imposing it on the person who is listening. Okay, that's actually quite unusual, because most people who have a role to play or who are leading something, they would do a more authoritative approach where they would say, no, you have to follow because I know better, I'm the coach, okay, you have to listen to me, so you better do it. Otherwise, I will fine you, or I will make you do like 10 laps, or, punish you somehow, right? But I suppose after so many years, you have realized what works and what doesn't work. Which is better?
Doctor, sorry, madam, the coach need to change with the students, because now we are coaching the millennials. So it is very different if you want to apply what our former coach teach us. So we need to read more, and then more psychological approach, and then we have to back off a bit. rather than we insist on asking them what to do. And then we need, what I learned is we need to explain more rather than to demonstrate more. We have to explain with this kind of new age athletes.
Yes, I think it's true for many of us as well. Generally, don't you think people don't like to be told what to do? Orang tak suka kan? It's construed as nagging. When you're nagging, I know my children tell me that, Mom, don't nag, because it's one ear here and the other ear out. They don't listen. So then, even though your reminders are coming from a good place, or your advice is actually very good, but the way that you do it will not be well received, and therefore your message doesn't come across, right? So how you do delivery, right? Depending on your audience. So what Brother Rostam said just now is he recognizes the differences between how he thinks, what he believes. He also recognizes and understands his audience. Who is he talking to? What are they like? How best to approach them? Okay, so if your audience is of a particular generation, then you need to think about what's the best approach. It may not be what you like, but that's not necessarily the focus. Okay, so the focus should be on how to get a clear message across that will help you achieve the target that everybody wants. So in general, it goes back to actually having a common understanding. And, when we talk to each other, when we are able to see each other as individuals, as people, starting with their names. So I'm no longer just somebody who is a trainer, but hopefully for some of you who we have been interacting today, I am now Aisha, all right? And Brother Rostam is now Rostam. So if I see him coaching people, I will say, oh yes, that's him. I remember we met during the Mastering Communication workshop, right? So then we would have a common ground, and we would have some common understanding, and that can be further used to when we are working on a project together, for example. Right, so if I see Madam Harliana at MSD, I will say I might wave to her, or she might wave at me, and that is the beginning of better communication. All right, when we do not fear, when we are not afraid of the person that we're talking to, we lower our barriers. Right, when we have a clear idea, when we have a better perception of who we're speaking to and why we're speaking to them, again, the barrier comes down. But if you carry within yourself perceptions about another person, why they're doing this, or what are their motives, if you are distrustful and you don't trust them, all your barriers go up. And when the barriers are up, you aren't able to communicate effectively. Okay, so for it takes actually self-reflection. When something goes wrong or doesn't go as the way that you planned it, I wouldn't say wrong, but how you envision something to happen, maybe it didn't happen that way, right? So then you need to take a step back and you need to think about it. You need to reflect. And even in Islam, you have this concept, right, of reflection. Self-reflection. Think about, what did you do? How can I do it differently? How come I didn't manage? I have all this plan. It happens when you're in a classroom as well. You have this lesson plan, all well thought out. You want to do this, and in class you're going to do this, and the students will do this. And then you're so excited, and you go to class, and then you do this, and the students are like all sleeping. They're not interested in what you have planned, right? Then you go back and you think, how come that didn't work? I don't understand. I thought it was really good. Right? If I were the student, I would be really happy, but maybe I didn't think it through. Maybe I didn't realize that millennials don't like to do this sort of thing. They don't relate to it, right? Also, with so much information available, they can compare. They can go online and they can ask Mr. Google how to do this, and it's already all there. And they can say, how come you're doing this the old-fashioned way? But here in this school, in this other place, they're doing it this way, and this one seems more interesting. So can we do this instead? Right. So again, we need to be aware, right? And then adapt and reduce those incidences or those events of miscommunication when we are able to have this awareness, right?
Madam,
Yes.
if I may say, maybe another best approach is on, let's say, for a leader to approach and communicate with the group or the colleagues is by joining together with them. I mean, maybe the leader should be the starter. I mean, he or she must take charge. Involve also in something that he or she wants her
team to do,
her staff to do. So rather than giving command and instruction, because this will boost the spirit. I mean, it will motivate the colleagues to do whatever that he task that is given.
Yep.
So maybe the leader could be the starter. I mean, start first and then let the group to work it out.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's wonderful. That the leader, the person who's leading the project or leading the team, they are the ones who would initiate. They would begin that whatever that they ask their team to do, or they would be equally involved. Right? They are not just telling them to do something, they are involved as well in that process. So if you're asking them to take part in a particular project, you are also there working together with them. All right? And not just say, okay, when you're done, you let me know, I'll come back and review. Right? So you are part of that process. Okay. So I think that's a really, really good idea, because that gives you an opportunity as well to bond, all right, and to have rapport and to build better relationships with your team members. Yeah? So that you are with them, not just in terms of in the same office, but really with them doing the activity together. Okay, very good. Anything else? So you can be the boss that is, together, not the boss that sits in the office and then, okay, when you're ready, let me know. That's you don't want to have that sort of style. Yeah?
Assalamualaikum, Madam.
Waalaikumsalam.
I'm Sharil.
Yes, Sharil. Yes, Brother Sharil.
Okay, I just want to share what I love about my job actually.
Okay.
This job gives me opportunity to communicate with different people from different level. That's number one.
Mm-hmm.
And number two is also give me opportunity to also communicate with different races, because I usually communicate with Ministry of Higher Education, and from that I also understand and know how this ministry communicate with us. The way they communicate with us through letter, through email, how they structure the words, everything. So from that, I'm learn how to use a proper bahasa Malaysia actually.
Yes. Yes.
That's number one. And number two, how do you feel when you have been surrounded by bangsa lain? I mean, saya pernah membawa satu pasukan sukan yang mana semua all of the team members is Chinese.
Alright.
From the coaches throughout the athlete, even the president, the chairman, everything, so all the Chinese. Okay. So from that, I know how to communicate with them. Even you the only Malay there, you the only Muslim in the group, but you have to adapt with them. So from that, I learn, I experience how we can tackle them, how they can accept me as a Malay in their group actually. So I learned a lot from that two experience, through communication skill, Madam.
Yeah. Thank you, Brother Shari. I think that's very interesting that you said that, first of all, about that comment that when you work a lot with Kementerian and you are communicating with them, formally through email or to letter writing, that you are learning Bahasa Malaysia Rasmi.
Yeah.
So, instead of bahasa Malaysia yang kita guna hari-hari, masa nak minum teh tarik tu, it's very different. I've realized that as well. I've had some Google Meets with teachers and lecturers from UKM, and in UKM they are very proper when it comes to their Bahasa Malaysia. All communication is in Bahasa Malaysia. So when we are having our group discussion, sometimes they will send out these reports, and their reports will be in Malay, and I'm like, wow, okay, that's how you say it, because I have that same experience as well, and it's very, very different. And so I too find that it's very, very educational in that sense that, okay, sebenarnya it should be like this, and it's very interesting and something new as for me as well.
Yes.
The comment about being the only different race when you're outside, when you are on campus or when you're in your office, you are all the same, kan? Majority of the people in your office are either Malay or at least Malaysian lah, kalau bukan Malay, right? We don't have very many staff who are actually, we have some international staff, but generally they are academic staff, or except for maybe the Office of Internationalization, there will be more international staff in that office. Yeah. So it is a very different feeling, because I have been on the other side. Although I am Malaysian, but most of the time in my office, there are only 2 Chinese in my office. I'm one, and I have another academic who is also Chinese Malaysian, but he's in a different department. So being surrounded, and even though I'm born Malaysian, but in Brother Syaril's case, I think it's slightly different because they're all from China. Am I correct, Brother Syaril?
No, they're Malaysian.
They're Malaysian.
Malaysian.
Okay. Do you find that before you went and interacted with their group, that would be your first time talking to them? Somebody from a different community or race?
Actually, I'm with them because of official working program lah.
Right.
So my communication with them, most of them is through standard communication. But when I go for any competition, that I have to mingle with them, and then from that, for the first time too, it looks strange because they are speaking among them Chinese. I'm the only Malay, and I don't understand whatever they say.
Right.
So I just sit and listen, and then just the first occasion I'm with them, and then after that, few of that they start to accept me, and sometimes when they speak in Chinese, they translate to me. They translate to me. I just sit and listen, and then someone say, Encik Syaril, we discuss about this. Okay, all right.
Okay. All right. So at least they have that awareness that you are different. Kan?
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe also your body language is very positive. So maybe dia rasa macam nak involve Encik Syaril as well. So kita translate lah, dia kata.
Yeah. But the first time tu memang pelik sikit lah. Susah sikit lah sebab first time jumpa kan.
Yeah.
Tapi after a few time, then we start to understand each other, and then I think it's more easier for us because I communicate with them sebab kerja rasmi kan, bukan sebab social apa, sebab kerja rasmi. So because of that, mutual understanding, mutual respect tu ada kat situ. Tapi once we go together in travel, in the flight, in the bus, so masa tu chit-chat tu berlaku tu, yang I learn banyak tu kat situ tu.
Yeah.
Sebab saya tak ramai kawan Cina ni.
Yeah, I think that's not unusual kan. Bila kita bergaul dengan bangsa asing atau bangsa lain, then we see actually, I think my experience has been that actually sebenarnya people are actually generally same.
Yeah.
Regardless of what culture, there are very few differences. You have good people and you have not so good people in any race, and you have rude people and you have not so rude people in any race, right? So it's not exclusive to any ethnic group ke culture ke, but when you get the opportunity like Encik Syaril did to meet with people on an individual basis, when you see them and and they are no longer so and so. Like if I'm Chinese and I go back to where my father's village is, which is in Kajang, okay, they too don't meet a lot of Malay people, right? So for them, when I go back and I bring my husband along, they are very nice to him and they are very respectful. But there's initially, like in those years when we first got married, there's a lot of preconceived ideas about a particular race. Or they will say that Malay people are like this, or cannot do this, or so it leads to misunderstanding or mistrust. And then when they see us and when we interact with them and they see, oh, actually it's not like this, or they might ask, hey, why can't you do this? Huh? And then I explain to them as best as I can with my limited knowledge, on religion. And then they slowly become more open and less distrustful. And then you become like just normal, right? Like they are interacting with you on like they treat you just like they would treat anybody else.
Yes, correct. I agree with you. Because in one occasion when we have chit chat, they asked me, yeah, how Encik Syaril, why Muslim have to pray 5 times? Huh? And what time you pray? Huh? So they start asking about Islam, and then so it shows that the gap has been closed.
Yes.
When they start asking about something that they want to know.
Yes. Yes. It really is, because there's especially when you are Muslim, there's a lot of misunderstandings because they don't have any channel to us, and they only can judge by how other people around them behave or what they see on the news or their own interpretation of what's happening. So if you get the opportunity to mingle with a different race and they ask you these questions, by all means explain to them, or I always tell my children, whenever you do something and another race or another Malaysian watches you, that is how they will understand. Okay, that's how they will think that their religion is encouraging this behavior because of how you're behaving. So I say you make sure that you are behaving correctly, because
correct. Even madam, until the extent that when they enter when they want to compete, they ask me, Encik Syaril, can you pray for us to get a gold medal? So I said, it's okay. You just go there, you compete.
Yes. Yeah. I think that's really such a good experience. It's good to hear that as well, because that really closes the gap. Right? Yes. When we are able to close the gap, then definitely we will be able to communicate much better.
Yes,
right?
Madam. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Brother Syaril. Right. Okay. Right. So those were some of the steps that we would practice. Okay. I mean, it's one thing to attend a workshop and listen to and listen to somebody talk, all right, and have all these points, and then you see them today, you are aware of them. But how do you translate that into your daily routine, into how you interact with the people in your team, or even with your own family? Right, that is something that we need to slowly operationalize. We need to be more aware of it. We need to not rush into it. Yes, we want to be able to communicate effectively, but we also need to take a step back and ask ourselves, okay, I'm this type of person. I know I'm weak in this area. I might be a little bit a sensitive person. Maybe I don't take criticism very well. People who know me, actually, I will share with you this. I cry easily. My children always make fun of me. I might see a Petronas advertisement and I will cry, or I will watch a sad movie and I will cry, and then they will be all like, tengok, let's go see whether mama is crying or not, And I say, oh, that's not fair, because even when I'm angry or when I'm scolding my children, I will cry. So I think I blame my genes. I say it's all biological because my tear ducts are all very close to my eyes. Yeah. So if I understand about myself, after so many years. So what I would do is I would try and pace. I will try and control. I will try as much as possible to take the emotion out of what I want to say, in order for the person that I'm talking to be able to get the message without being distracted by the fact that I'm crying. Okay, so I remember when I was younger, I would say, okay, I know I'm crying, but I really want to tell you this. So don't worry about I'm crying, you know. But we're trying to have a conversation. Yeah, but because I was feeling emotional at that time, the tears were the barrier. They got in the way of me trying to tell that person what needs to be done. All right? Okay, thank you so much for sharing. That was wonderful. I really appreciate that. So for the next part, if you notice, the next bullet is actually resolutions for improvement for communication, right? So what are some of the resolutions, the things that you will, after today, perhaps think about? What can we do in order to improve our communicative style, how we talk to our teammates, how we talk to the people in our office? Okay, what are some of the things that you are more aware of and that you think that you can improve when you meet with the people that you have to work with, right? So you might want to write down 1 or 2 resolutions and then work towards that, bearing that in mind all the time at the back of your mind, that this is the resolution that I would like to have. Okay, so that keeps you focused. You have a target to achieve. If you set that target for yourself and you come up with a plan, okay, so I think I want to be able to better communicate with my teammates, and I think I need to, perhaps, first of all, there are some people that I don't know by name. Maybe I need to find out who they are, what they like. I want to find out what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses. How can I do that? How can I find out more about my team members? So one of the sisters there mentioned that doing things together, right? So maybe you want to organize an activity where it's not so much office-like, but maybe something where everybody can do on an informal basis, some team building activities, which will help us get to know each other better, right? And then from there, you can see and you can judge and you can gauge, the different types of personalities that you have and how best to bring out the talents of everyone. Because nobody is perfect. All of us have different strengths and different weaknesses. So if you're leading the group, one of your responsibilities should be to draw upon each other's strengths. If I'm good at this, but my friend is good at that, then if we work together, then definitely we are going to be much better, right? But if we constantly just, as a leader, I just constantly focus only on your weaknesses, then that will just demotivate the team. Right? So what we need to do as leaders of a group, okay, would be to highlight each other's strengths, to talk about what's good and how best we can fit together. So if you have, I'm trying to fit my fingers. If you have a good fit, right? If you have a good fit, everything works well. But if you have a bad fit, just like it doesn't work. You're not able to link, right? So that's what we hope for, that with better communication and clearer communication, that we are able to meet our targets. Okay. Right, shall we take a little break? 5 minutes?
Yes.
Thank
you,
you.
madam.
All right.
Okay, madam.
All right, thank you. I'll see you back in 5 or 10 minutes, yeah?
Okay.
Okay. Okay? Are we all right?
Okay. Okay, madam.
Dah balik
Okay.
semua? Dah break? Dah stretch? Dah minum kopi? We're
Sudah.
almost at the end. Almost to the end. Okay, hang in there with me. Yeah, all right. Okay, actually, to tell you the truth, we finished much earlier than I expected. This is my last slide for today. Okay, but I think it basically summarizes what we've been talking about. HAIL, H-A-I-L, is an abbreviation or an acronym for what many of the experts or the people who like to talk about communication. These are some of the concepts which they encourage us to use in order to be better communicators. So hail, there's another meaning of hail, by the way, which is, yes, hujan, right? And that also this hail. Hail, like to hail a taxi, hail to call somebody to stop, all right? It also is another word to refer to hujan batu when you're talking about the rain that comes down, okay? But it also means, and in this context, it also means hail meaning to acknowledge, to give credit to, right? So what we want to do is we want to acknowledge that these are key concepts, key ideas for us to be better communicators. So H stands for honesty. Okay. When you are talking to someone, when you are dealing with other people, when you are dealing with your teammates, right? You want to be honest. Honesty is usually the best. So if you are honest, you don't have to worry about, what did I say before? Lupa lah, nanti saya cakap salah nanti. So from the beginning, it's better to be honest. All right, be clear about what is the task at hand. Be clear what are the values that you want them to be able to get from that project, perhaps. All right, be straight, right? Be direct. Okay. There are very few values that we share across cultures, but in any culture and in globally around the world, I think to tell the truth and to be honest in matters that we participate in, that is a value that is highly regarded. So in your communications with your team members or the people that you have to work with, be honest. If you can't do something or it's too difficult for you, let them know. If you are the one in charge and you need to tell your teammates that there is room for, what's the word? Yeah, there is room for improvement. Yeah, improvement. Thank you. Or there is a room for them to be able to have a voice. All right. So it's not definitely in your teams. I think I would want to discourage total control or total being a dictator. Okay. At the end of the day, that might not be the most fruitful type of style to use, right? Rather, instead, be honest. If something is difficult, let them know. This is going to be difficult. I know. We're going to have certain challenges, all right? Be upfront. Be clear. Being upfront means to tell them, okay, it's not going to be easy. We have to do this and this and this, but you know there's going to be some things that we won't be able to do, but work together to try and deal with the situation in the best manner possible, right? So honesty.
It's like don't make promise if it is not certain.
Correct. Don't make promise if it's not certain. If you are in a position to offer opportunities for promotion or opportunities for grants or things that you're not able to promise, things that you're not able to control, or maybe not under your control, you definitely don't want to make those promises. Okay, because some people think that making a promise is motivating or is an incentive, is like the carrot that's dangling in front of the donkey so that the donkey will move. But the carrot is fine as long as it is an honest one. If it is definite that it will be, that was the motivated and that's the incentive, then yes, by all means, right? But if it's not and you are just creating a false impression, then what will happen would probably be that you will end up creating a lot of disappointment and also distrust, right? It might work one time, but the next time it will not work because, you know, people usually find the truth in the end. Okay. Right. A. The A here stands for authenticity, right? Authenticity. Okay. So you can practice saying the word. It sometimes is like a tongue twister. So you need to get used to how the word sounds, right? In English, there are a number of words that can be quite challenging. So in my classes, I get my students, especially when I teach speaking class, I get my students to practice using those tongue twisters. I think if you are from my generation, when you would have them in school. When I went to school, I remember my teachers at primary school used to make us say, Sally sells seashells by the seashore. How many seashells does Sally sell? What does Sally sell by the seashore? She sells seashells by the seashore. And we had to say this, you know, over and over again. So one of the things that I used to challenge my students in class would be, okay, I have these tongue twisters. You guys need to get used to it because you know why? The language sounds are such that your tongue and your mouth needs to loosen so that you can pronounce these words, right? So if I say it really slowly, I can do it, all right? So my students would say, madam, slow down, madam, kejap, kejap, kejap. So they would say it slowly and then they could do it. But if I ask them to speed it up, then they would need practice, right? So this also has to do with the idea of being yourself. One is you want to be true to yourself, who you are. You don't want to project. Okay, let me say this. Sometimes, you know, when you want to sound professional and you want to have people regard you as a professional or somebody who, you know, is conducts herself professionally, is knowledgeable or has something important to share or useful to share, we want to project this image of ourselves. Okay, I think that's normal, right? But at the same time, we need to be who we are. Right, I can't be anybody else than Adeline Lau Hui Lin, Aisha Abdullah. You know why my name is so long? People always ask me, you know, when I go to the bank, they ask me, Puan, all my IC and my bank accounts are all Adeline Lau Hui Lin. It's only in IIUM that I have Aisha Abdullah to my name. All right. So they will ask me, Puan, because I'm wearing my hijab, right? So they know that I'm Muslim. Puan, because they will call the name, the teller will call the name, Puan Adeline Lau Hui Lin. Then I will go to the counter and they're like, alamak, siapa ni? You know, and then they will say, okay. Then they will say, then they will look at my IC, they will ask for my IC. And then they will say, Puan, dah lama dah masuk Islam. Oh, dah lama, 87, dah lama dah. Dah bukan mu'alaf lah yang baru, kan? Bukan saudara baru, right? And then they will say, Puan tak nak ke tukar nama? And I'm like, so I had to go to a long story and explain, you know, why. And usually it's just simply because all my official documents are in the name that I was born with, according to my birth certificate. And if I want to change it, it's a very tedious and messy process. And I have to go to so many different paperworks. And you know, so I left it at that. I didn't bother with it because it takes just too much time. But it's quite interesting that I get this all the time, even to today. In any bank that I go to or any post office that I go to or anything that requires me to show my kad pengenalan, and they will look at me and they will ask me, Puan tak nak ke tukar nama? You know? So going back to the idea of just being myself. So part of being myself means that I have to remember where I come from, who my family are, what is our background, what are the values that we believe in, and now that I'm a Muslim, what are the values that I believe in as a Muslim, and how I want to conduct myself, right? I cannot be anything else than who I am. And if I am trying to be somebody else, chances are that people out there who are listening to me will know, macam tak betul je, or you're putting on a show, that you are not being, the word here is genuine. Right, genuine. If you are genuine, if you are ikhlas, if you are just being true to who you are, usually that is conveyed. Right, when you interact with people, you know who are the ones who are fake, who are not real, who are not sincere, and you know the ones who are real, who are genuine in what they say and what they tell you. Because you know there are a lot of people out there and they can tell you all sorts of things, right? But belakang tabir, you don't know what's going on, right? So, but that one we cannot control. We cannot control what people say and how they react. What we can control is how we behave and what we say, right? So authenticity comes from the word authentic, original, right? So if you are authentic and you are original, then you are being true. And that also has to do with the idea of being honest. Okay? So when you are being authentic in your communications, in other words, you are trying to be as honest as possible with the people that you're communicating with, right? Okay. I stands for integrity. I think this is a word that in IIUM is not foreign for us, all right? And it's something that we all look for, okay? If you say you're going to do it, all right? It goes back to the words that we were talking about earlier: reliable, responsible, competent, okay? Somebody who we trust, all right? If you tell your staff to be punctual, make sure that you are punctual. If you tell your staff to be organized, make sure that you yourself, try and follow those steps as well. All right? So having integrity would be the underlying principles, all right, of how we conduct ourselves, that we want to have a sense of ethics, what is the right thing to do, all right? And that we follow through, that we don't just talk about it. I think in many cultures, it would be that some people just talk about something, but may not necessarily do that. So in English, they have the saying, walk the talk, right? So if you are saying something, make sure that you are behaving accordingly as well. Okay. And the last one is love, right? Meaning that wish the other person well. If you are being kind to somebody, right? If you're being kind to them, then and they are being kind to you, right? You cannot have conflict. Okay, conflict only happens when you have mistrust and you are not having kind thoughts and you don't wish them good things, right? But if you wish somebody something and you wish them only good things, right? In Malay, we have that saying that saya doakan yang terbaik, right? If you doakan yang terbaik, you will not have, or you will minimize those conflicts, right? Because suddenly your whole mindset just shifts. If the person that you're talking to before, you were having all these problems and you find it difficult to talk to, but the minute that you say, okay, I wish them well, I hope that their affairs will be easy, okay, then you might find that it will be easier to talk to them and they might find it easier to talk to you. All right? So HAIL stands for honesty, authenticity, integrity, and love. Okay. Any questions?
No, as at the YouTube also, no question.
It's late in the afternoon. Everybody's tired.
Yes, still awake.
Yes, are you still awake? That's good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm glad that you're still awake. So I'm going to stop sharing. All right. And then hopefully can see more people on my screen. I can see a lot more profiles now. Yeah. I want to go back to the idea of why do we want to communicate? What is the purpose? Right, we need to ask ourselves that when we're dealing with different groups and different, in the corporate world, you call it stakeholders. When I was given this outline, I was told that you want to improve your communication with internal and external stakeholders. Translate that for me. Who is it that you want to communicate with? Who are your internal stakeholders?
Family members, friends.
Okay, family members and friends, yes.
Because
right.
we are alone in this world.
Yeah, we are very social creatures, don't you realize? Yeah, I think one of the things which the COVID restrictions have made us realize is that we miss our interactions with other people. We take that for granted. Yeah, being in the office, going out with your friends, having lunch together, you know, the closeness, not just the relationship, but also the fact that you want people around you. Okay. So that might be your internal stakeholders. The other internal stakeholders in your office environment would be the people who you work with, your colleagues, your peers. For Brother Rostam and Cik Rostam, it would be perhaps the people that he coaches. Those are his internal stakeholders. Yes. In my case, my internal stakeholders will be my students. All right, my colleagues, the people who are in the same committee as I am when we are talking about curriculum or material development. Yeah. My external stakeholders would be, say, for example, when I have to meet publishers to talk about textbooks, right? When I have to meet representatives from other universities who want to talk about our curriculum or who come for benchmarking. Those would be our external stakeholders. All right. So your external stakeholders would be like Brother Sharil. Brother Sharil. Am I correct, Brother Sharil? Your external stakeholders would be, for example, the team that you had to travel with, right, to take to that sporting event. Yeah. Yeah. So we want to be able to be a good communicator to both people who we work with on campus and in our own daily lives, and as well as the people who are out there that we might have occasional interactions with, right? So each of these has their own purpose. And when you communicate with them, you have to keep that purpose in mind and think of that purpose, you know, at the back of your mind. What's the purpose here? So that you can plan and have the type of communication which is appropriate to that group of people. Okay. All right. Yeah, I feel that I have been talking nonstop. So I'm going to pause a little bit. Okay, I'm going to check on the time. And it's actually supposed to be a session where if there are, I was going to ask you to sort of like role play, but it's difficult online, you know, and not conducive for an online workshop, you know. So ideally, if we were face to face and we're all in one place somewhere in maybe CAC on campus, you know, I would put you into groups and I would give you a role play situation and perhaps you can discuss, and then after that we can do a simple presentation on you know, how to tackle a particular situation, right? But since we are not able to do that, okay, perhaps what we can do is perhaps either have a Q&A session in general. If you have any situations or any scenarios in your office that you would perhaps that happened in the past, perhaps you want to think of other alternatives on how to handle or how to manage those scenarios, or maybe you are foreseeing that something might happen in the future. Say for example, you have a new member. Okay, this is common in my work experience. Yeah. Tell me if it's common in yours. If you are a very efficient person, okay, normally you are rewarded by getting a promotion and you hold an admin post. And in that admin post, you have a lot of job responsibilities. Okay. Sometimes as human beings, you meet people who ask, and because you have that leadership role, you might want to form subcommittees, right? Smaller subcommittees, or maybe 3 or 4 people, and you ask them to do certain things. When you ask these colleagues of yours to be on these subcommittees, you might get a reaction such as, why is it always me that has to do this? There are 300 people in the office. Why do I always have to be the one that is doing all this extra work? I have to be on this committee, I have to do this, I have to do that. Why don't other people have to do the same thing? Okay, so how do you talk to your colleague who also is your friend, and tell her or him that you are chosen, you are selected because you are super efficient, because you're good, because you're reliable, because we know there are some people who are better suited to do different things, and she or he is one of those people, and we need her to be on this committee. All right, but on her part, she's perhaps feeling overworked. There's too much for her to do. She cannot manage. So how do we handle, what do we tell her so that we can get her to contribute and be part of that committee? Anyone? Nurul Ain says, Hail Amir. Yes, I also thought of that. Yeah, if you know who Hail Amir is, you also know who is Uji Rashid, right? That is a pair, Hail Amir and Uji Rashid. Okay, so it's easy to remember. Every time you want to remember something about this workshop, it would be Hail. Oh, I ingat workshop tu ada Hail Amir, Hail. All right. Any ideas on how to better manage that situation? If you have your colleague come up to you and say, I don't understand why you need to ask me to do this. Why can't you ask so-and-so? Because so-and-so doesn't have anything to do. So-and-so just sits there and then is on Facebook or on Twitter. He is not doing anything. How come I am the one that always has to do all this work?
Maybe, Madam, sorry.
Yes.
We can tell her that how how good she is for that post, for that job. So let's just tell her that there's no other staff that can do better than her, and if she still insists, we should ask her to try first, maybe up to certain level, and then tell her that she can come back to us and maybe inform us whether she is willing to continue the task, or she has to suggest, maybe she can suggest another colleague that she may think at almost at the same level as her, that she knows that the other person can do the job as same as her.
Yes. Right.
So I think basically like that lah, if for me.
Yes, I think that's very common, right? Because if you are really good at your job, normally that will be noticed by the supervisor or the manager or your bosses, or if you are the boss and you would notice that somebody's really good, all right, and is always reliable. Okay, so normally this is fairly common, and I think what you suggested is a good idea. You start off by talking about the positives, right? What's good, right? And how, especially in IIUM, we talk about contribution, we talk about amanah, we talk about what we can do. We also talk about, there is this new word now that's on campus. I don't know whether you have used it in your own office, but it's also the concept of wakaf time, where you do more. All right, so we want to instill the idea that we can do so much more, that we want, and hopefully that this idea will not just be exclusive or only for certain people, but that it will be for the majority of all of us on campus. Yeah, so starting with the positive points, how somebody can contribute, what knowledge that they have, how their sharing of that will inshallah be beneficial for everybody. That's good. Yeah, okay. I'm not so sure about the recommending somebody else, because normally if your boss tells you to do something, they will always say no, they want you to do it. So I'm not sure whether that tactic will work or not. Yeah.
Whether someone share, Sister Siti Azizah, because I trust you.
Yes, that's a good one too. Yeah, because I trust you. Yeah. I wonder if that has worked for her, for the sister.
Yeah.
Does it work for her? Has she used that before?
And I'm not sure, because she just typed because I trust you.
Yeah.
And another one, Sister Nurain, you are the chosen one. Easy to work with you. You are fast learner.
Yeah, yes, we get that a lot, right? You are the chosen one, kan? Memang you je lah yang boleh buat.
Kalau saya, madam tak percaya saya tu.
Madam, maybe kita kena buka kelas how to say no without offending.
Yes, betul. I think in our culture it's also very easy to say yes, but actually kita carry the burden, kan? Normally when you say no, orang tak suka. Macam this workshop lah, kan? Bila Madam Haimi kata, Kak Aisyah, boleh tak you buat workshop ni? You know, I'm like, alamak. You know, given the time of other things I have to handle at the office as well. Tapi I don't want to say no to her, because she's really a good friend, and you know, she's helped me out a lot. So I feel the obligation to say yes. So how do we say no nicely? That's a good thing that we should learn how to do, because you know, I realize that sometimes it's good to say no. For our own mental health, and also for us, so that we don't feel at the end of the day resentful. Kan? We kata ya, tapi kat dalam tak. So we need to come to a happy balance of what we can do, how much we can do, and then arrive at a happy place for ourselves and also for the people around us. Siapa yang kata tadi yang kalau orang cakap I trust you tu, dia tak percaya?
Saya, madam, Syaril.
Cik Syaril
Itu semua game aja tu. Madam, saya ada question lah, madam.
Okay.
Is it cultural influence the way of our communication? Sebab if we see, kalau kita pergi macam Europe atau US, diorang say no tu biasa, tak ada masalah kalau say no. Tapi kita kalau say no tu, orang tengok lain macam je kan. So is it because of the culture, or is it other factors that influence that?
Cik Syaril, you are Malay, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Ada slang English ke? Ada slang England ke?
Macam ada slang Cina sikit.
Ada slang Cina sikit ke? Maklumlah, kawan-kawan ramai Cina.
So anyway, no, I'm kidding. But if you are coming from an Asian culture, not just Malay, but Chinese, Indian, I think Malaysians in general, we like to please people. Don't you think so? We want people to be happy. We are very people friendly. We don't generally like not to be liked.
Okay.
So when you say no, you're afraid that then, alamak, I said no, then maybe, you know, her image of me or her perception of me is negative. And in Malay, it is interpreted as, dia tu susah lah, especially if you say more than once, you know, susah nak tanya dia, susah nak minta tolong kat dia, you know, and we don't want to be orang yang susah or menyusahkan orang, right? We come from a mindset where we want to do all that we can in order to ease other people. That's why our culture is one which is very hospitable. Kita ni hospitality nombor satu, kan? If you compare to a Western culture or in US, when you go to the US and when you're visiting, as compared to when foreigners come and visit here in Malaysia, we are so much more friendlier than if you were to go to any city in the US. Okay? So if you watch a lot of travel shows, my husband, he likes to watch a lot of people traveling on YouTube. Sebab tak boleh travel sekarang kan, so dia tengoklah orang travel. Okay, so dia tengoklah orang macam Mark Wins. There's a young German man traveling. His name is Ken Abroad. If you watch that YouTube channel. And one of the things which they always comment on, while he was stuck here in Malaysia in Kuala Lumpur for 10 months because of COVID. So there is a story on their YouTube channels that show how Malaysians would send them food, because they are following their channel, their subscribers. Our Malaysian citizens, okay, in KL, they akan order food dan hantar ke orang ni. You won't find that in the US unless you are close friends with them. So that going back to the idea of saying no, we perceive ourselves as being nice people, kan? Now you think of yourself being a nice person, kan? Baik hati, tolong menolong. But when you say no, you clash with that image.
Okay.
I rasa lah, that is my little psychology interpretation, kan? So I'm not sure if the psychologists or the counselors would agree with me, but I think largely that's why we don't want to say no, because we don't want to give people the wrong perception of ourselves, that we are not nice, that we don't help each other, that we are very community, kan? We like being a community. Kita suka kan, kita ada kawan-kawan, kita ada gang, we have very close ties. If your friend is not well, you would rush to go and visit him, or help out, or jaga anak dia, or beli makanan, or So when the no tu is a negative, itu yang susah. It's susah because it doesn't resonate, it doesn't fit into our perceptions of who we are.
Madam,
yeah.
Sorry, in my opinion, another way is that for a leader to avoid a staff to say no, the leader must make sure that must differentiate that it is a command, instruction, or offering. So when you give command, instruction to do something, definitely the staff cannot say no, because it is an instruction. This is the work that you have to do, the list and whatnot. But if the leader say, I want to tell you something. I want to offer. I want you to do this job. If you say as a leader, I think we should not say like, I would like you to do this. Just give a straight order. I mean, straight instruction. In that way, the staff, I think, not she or he has no choice.
Okay.
But of course, we have to give instruction in a polite way as a leader.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Right. Very good. I think that's that differentiation, between what is something which is an instruction that the person has to do, okay, versus something which you're offering a choice. There is an option whether you want to do that or not. Okay. Except that I would want to highlight Sister Siti Fatima, right?
Siti Rozia.
Oh, Siti Rozia, there you are down there. Okay. When you said just now, I would like you to do this, okay, that would be the polite form of asking, all right? Not necessarily offering an option, okay? So when you say I would, it actually means that I want you to. I would like you to go, actually, sebenarnya. Yeah, but you're just trying to be polite. If I were to say, I want you to go to, I want you to go to meet with to this meeting on my behalf. All right. versus I would like you to go to this meeting on behalf. What I'm actually trying to tell you is that you need to go. I'm asking you to go. Okay. The use of the would as an option would be, would you like to go? Itu lain. Right?
Like macam it's, let's say the boss say, would you like to attend this meeting, this workshop course?
Two
So
options.
meaning that we have a choice.
Itu a choice. Yes. Tapi kalau dia kata, I would like you to go to this workshop, maksud dia, you kena pergi, actually. Tapi dia trying to be nice je. Okay? So compared, if you are the type of person that, but that also depends on personality. If your personality is such that where you want to be, you know, you don't want people to question you. You want to say, I want you to go. You must go. Or worse is, go. Just one word, an imperative, and you have to go. All right? So again, your image that you want to project, the type of personality that you are, and how you want to conduct yourselves with your team members.
Right? Like the choices of words, yeah, madam?
Yes, choice of words, betul.
Madam, maybe for that we need to have a character like Don Vito Corleone, the Godfather.
The Godfather.
I'll make him an offer he can't refuse. But we need that strong character lah. Okay.
Yes. It also has to do with the person that you're talking to, kan? Because some people they need a bit more encouragement. That you need to be you need to sound more willful, more strong, because they themselves have a very big personality. So maybe they need a stronger personality to give them instruction, right? Somebody else was saying something.
Yeah, madam, my name is Ashraf.
Yes.
Okay, I'm agreed with some of our friends that either we instruct or we request our staff to do something, anything that we demand or we want it. So I think the best is the supporting staff ataupun yang staff yang bawah ni dia okay bila kita instruct, you know, atau kita request. Tapi dia macam apa cakap bukannya yang berterusannya kerja tau. So belum habis satu, we are not finishing yet, and then we offer or we ask another thing to do. So this has happened to me when I instruct my staff. So bagus juga ada staff yang remind me, so to improve my leadership style on that. So this is my experience lah. And then one more thing, madam, saya ada satu question. Any tips from you how to convince or influence well on our audience or staff or student who is much better communicate or speak in English rather than us, especially during dalam PDPR ataupun dalam kita punya online ni. Thank you.
Okay. The first was an observation, right, Brother Ashraf? Yeah, that's a good observation that sometimes we overextend our staff. Yeah, we ask because they're good, so they get asked to do different things when their first task hasn't been completed. We have overextended them and asked them to do something else, right? So again, we're talking about feedback. So if there's somebody to give you feedback and make sure that we are reminded, right? So we need to listen to that feedback, because people can give feedback, but you as the manager or you as the leader, you can either choose to listen to the feedback or you can choose to ignore the feedback. So what you do with that feedback is just as important. Yeah. So that's good that you adjusted accordingly according to the feedback that's given. No, it is not uncommon for people to give us feedback or we to give feedback and the other person just nothing lah, it's no big deal, right? And just brush it aside. Yeah, ignore. All right. Okay. So then you have to reevaluate again and maybe, you know, think of a different approach, because if that feedback is ignored, the core, the problem or the issue hasn't been resolved, right? It's hiding somewhere. And so it's still there, right?
Madam, can I say something?
Okay, just give me 2 minutes because he had a second question, and the question was related to if he's talking to someone or to an audience whose language proficiency is better, and he himself, his perception is that he doesn't feel that his language proficiency is as fluent as the people who he is speaking to, what should he do? Am I correct, Brother Ashraf? That's the question. So basically,
yeah, that's right.
Basically, how do I improve? Let's say lah, contohnya myself. Right, let's not talk about English. Let's talk about my Bahasa Melayu or my Bahasa Malaysia. What do they call it nowadays? Bahasa Melayu ke Bahasa Malaysia?
Bahasa Malaysia.
Bahasa Malaysia. Okay. So if my standard of Bahasa Malaysia is only, say for example, cukuplah untuk pergi pasar and just casual interactions, you know, but not mindful. I'm not aware of the protocols. I'm not mindful of what is considered professional or rasmi. Okay, but I'm going to talk to the people at the Kementerian Pendidikan. Okay, and so therefore I would need to have this. So what do I do if I know that I'm going there and I recognize that this is one of the things which I lack? So if it were me going to this perjumpaan rasmi, so I would want to at least, first of all, know what is my agenda there. Okay, why am I going to this discussion? Why am I having this briefing? What is the agenda? Okay, so I would want to plan, okay, what are the things which I will need to bring up, or terms that I would need to use if I am talking, because let's say semua orang kena berbahasa bahasa Melayu, bahasa Malaysia, so you cannot speak in English. Then I would be like, alamak, macam mana aku nak cakap ni, kan? So I would go and look or ask my Bahasa Melayu division colleague at Selpat, Baidura, I nak cakap macam ni. So what vocabulary should I use? What phrase should I use if I want to use this, say this? Okay, so a little preparation, all right, before that, I think that's important. And also will be helpful. Okay, so preparation in terms of what you want to say, what are the issues that are going to be raised in that agenda, and therefore you can sort of prepare phrases. If you are giving the presentation, you can prepare or have notes for a short script, perhaps that you can rely on. Okay, if there's going to be question and answer, maybe you can prepare frequently asked questions. All right, you can have a list. You can anticipate. You dah boleh agak. Okay, maybe dia akan tanya ni. So saya prepare lah dulu. Saya dah tulis. Bila dia tanya, saya boleh jawab macam ni. In the language that's required for that session. Another thing that you could do perhaps is, if you don't want to speak a lot during that session, you could have those FAQs, those frequently asked questions, ahead of time. Prepare awal dulu. Take it before you go to the session, distribute or show on your slides so that those questions are already addressed. And in that manner, it buys you some time, all right, so that you don't have to spend so much time explaining or dealing directly, okay, with your audience. Yeah, Brother Ashraf?
Yeah. Thank you so much on that.
So at the same time, of course, you want to continually improve. Like I have to continuously make an effort to improve on my Bahasa Malaysia or my Arabic or even my Chinese, because I don't speak Chinese very well as well. So I always have to make an effort to always learn new things. Okay, like I said when we began this session, language need skills, and skills need practice. So the more often that you have an opportunity to talk in English, inshallah, over time, you will become more fluent. Yeah?
Inshallah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Sorry, I interrupted somebody and who had her question earlier. Who was it?
It's all right, madam. Actually, it's not a question, but I just want to share.
Okay.
All right. I may say that I learned it, or maybe I learned it from one of the facilitators way back before. And when it comes to feedback, or when it comes to giving, to meet someone to tell their progress, or to let them know whatever that we would like to them to know in a sense. So that facilitator, she mentioned it to all of us. You imagine a set of bread where we have bread very soft, and then you have whatever filling that you would like to have, for example like daging ke apa ke, and then another slice of bread. So she said if you want to give feedback to whoever that you would like to have that, so you soften it first for the introduction, and then you hit the reality, or we may say the feedback that we would like to give, and after that you put back another piece of bread on top, so you soften it back. So in that sense, the person who is listening to you will not, become sort of offended or something like that, because you start with a very soft tone, and maybe you do not directly go to the main objective that you are meeting that person, and after that you hit the note and after that you cover it back. So that is what I learned from her, and alhamdulillah somehow I've been practicing that in a sense, and it really went well
Very good.
somehow. So
Very good.
I do hope that it can be beneficial to the participants today.
Yes.
I hope so.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing. That's very good. You know that you shared that particular idea, yeah, that we use a softener, kan, as the facilitator suggested, that before you get to the actual intipati lah. You were talking about the sandwich, kan? You get to the crux of the matter, that we want to begin nicely, soften it, so that the person who you are addressing this issue to will be able to receive it well. Right? So a pat on the shoulder, say, good job, well done. You did these things right, but maybe we need to focus on something else in order to improve, that particular task, right? I think it's common as well in our context. Maybe less common in the West, where they are more direct. Yeah, and also the type of work situation. I always have it. It's very racist actually, but there is a stereotype where if you go to an office where the boss is Chinese, that the feedback that you get is normally very in a very fierce tone, or a very strict tone, or no nonsense. You have to like really toe the line. But if you get a boss who is not Chinese, or maybe a Malay person, then you get that approach, softer, gentler, nicer. So I don't know whether this is racial profiling or stereotyping, or that's not true anymore. Yeah, but that is something which, regardless of what ethnic group you come from, or where in the world that you come from, it goes back to the idea that actually giving feedback is difficult to do and difficult to listen to. Right? So if you are on the receiving end, it's hard for you. But when you are giving it, it's also difficult to give as well. Right? So there is a expression as well where it's from a novel that we used to read when we were in school, and the expression is that in order to understand someone better, you need to actually walk around in their shoes. Right? So if you can imagine what it's like for that person, the things that they have to go through, then we will be perhaps less judgmental. We will not be able to so quickly dismiss, all right, the things that they have done, perhaps because we have a better understanding of where they're coming from. Okay. I'm also reminded that feedback, actually, we all have what we call an oops moment. Sometimes we make mistakes, and sometimes that just happens because we are, we're all still learning. And so as a manager, or as a supervisor, or as a team leader, we need to bear that in mind. that we need to excuse these as well. Okay, and we want to try and use as words like never, you never come on time, you're always late. We want to avoid these, right? So that we don't start in our minds labeling people and putting them into pigeonholes. Okay. All right.
Madam,
Yeah.
Madam, if I may add one more, sometimes we have this communication barrier is because we are afraid that we make mistake. I mean, it's okay if we have broken English, as long as you are confident. It's okay if you are not fluent in English. Let's say the program is conducted in English, but we have a lot of questions, and at the same time we are so shy and afraid that our grammar is not okay. But don't worry, just try first. As long as the other people can understand, don't afraid to make mistake in language, in speaking in English. Or maybe sometimes people in bahasa Malaysia also, we don't have that proper tata bahasa, right, madam? So
Betul.
as long as we have the confidence, don't be afraid to speak.
Yes, I cannot agree more with what the sister has just shared. We were not all born to be masterful speakers and influencers and motivators. They have a particular talent. They learn that, they practice it. And so that they become good at it. Okay, so if we are just starting out and we want to be better communicators, we want to be better influencers, able to articulate, remember the word that we talked about earlier, to articulate our ideas, our thoughts into words for people to listen to, then we need to practice, right? Yes, by all means, if you're in a situation where you get to ask questions and you have questions that you want to ask, but the fear of appearing silly or appearing that you are incorrect or that your English is terrible is holding you back, you should try and just break that barrier and just force yourself to ask the question. Not very easy to do, very easy for me to say, but very difficult sometimes for people who feel that way. Yeah. But like I said, once you start doing this and you get used to it, you will, inshallah, you will actually get better and better. That there's a question in us of teachers. How come students who have studied, Malaysian students, in Malaysia we go to school, primary school, secondary school. Primary school, English is a subject. Secondary school, English is a subject. They go to matriculation center, now in Gambang, it used to be in PJ, and they study 1.5 years of English. When they come to Gombak to go to their kuliahs, their English is still not so good. But you get a foreign student from a different country, say like Saudi or from Bangladesh or from Pakistan, who doesn't speak, hopefully they don't speak any Malay, and they come, but they have to speak English, right? Over a short period of time, their English proficiency or the English performance becomes much better, sometimes even better than the Malaysian students. Why is that? We were asked. It's because they have no choice. If they want to buy a ticket, they want to buy food, they have to speak in English. How do they learn Bahasa Malaysia? Because again, they have to use the language to survive, right? So the more that they use it, the better they will be. But for us, if we cannot speak in English very well, we revert and we go back to our mother tongue, right? We know that we can manage. If we cannot speak English well, we can still survive by speaking Malay, right? Or by speaking a mixture. So I would encourage those who are having difficulties or think that they need more confidence. When you initially start, maybe you can start by what we call code switching. When you switch from Malay to English, it's called code switching, and you can have a mixture, right? Depending on the occasion that you're at. Most people, find that common, and it is not looked upon negatively, right? So you can begin with that and slowly move towards speaking more and more in the English language, right? But it takes practice, and it requires you to remove those barriers for yourself, right? Because no one else can do that except you, only you. It really is up to you to practice and to use it. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you all so much for sharing.
If I may share only one more, madam.
Yes.
Okay, my experience with outside, as a outside what do you call that, agencies. I think don't worry, our English is much better than them. That's number one. Don't worry, I think that one sister said that you need confidence. That is true. Just be confident and then speak up, and then inshallah they will look upon you.
Yes.
Okay, in the future.
Yes, actually, you are really, that is really true. I have a relative who works with MIDA, the Malaysian Industrial Development Authority. And what she said to me a number of years ago is that, she said, of all the different universities and who come and work with us, the graduates from UIA, they are the best. They are more fluent than from any other university. So I think overall, as a community, we are, using the language more than other people, and we have better proficiency. So, even if you yourself feel that you are not so good, actually, you need to have more confidence and keep going. Don't worry. Yeah. Right. Thank you, Brother Rostam. That was good. Yeah. So, Brother Ashraf. Right. So don't worry. Keep going. You can do that. The next time we meet again, you'll be the one giving the presentation.
For several years, I'm teaching the COCU class, for the students of IUM. So they are good. Wow, English, they are good. So sometimes I have to mix the bahasa and English during the class, during this virtual class, madam.
Yeah.
So kalau live kita lain, kita tahu kita punya we have our skill bila conversation ataupun fully speaking, talking. So dalam 2 hours punya class, so big challenge lah. That's why I'm asking on that. Thank you.
Yeah, it is a big challenge, to speak in an online platform like this, straight without any really face-to-face communication. It's totally different, because then when the cameras are switched off, you don't have that. You don't have that non-verbal interaction. So that's what makes it difficult. Yeah. Okay. Is there something on the chat I see? Yes, Sister Rosie's congratulating Brother Ashraf. Well done. Yeah. Okay.
Madam,
yes.
Ada yang bertanya, can you share the slide?
Oh yes, of course. How do I share the slides?
You can email to our MSD admin dev.
Okay.
Then we share to the participant.
Sure, no problem. Yeah. I've actually already shared the slides to Madam Nurhaimi Akhtar, and so maybe I will share that with you as well. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, inshallah, I hope that the session that we have had today is useful and is beneficial to you in any way possible. All right. And I hope that in your dealings with your team members, that whatever that we have talked about today will be useful for the betterment of that communication and that relationship with your team members. All right. So if there's nothing else.
Okay, is
else?
Okay, I think it's done. Okay,
right.
Thank you very much, Madam, for the interesting topic for today, and also the participant for the sharing and the question.
Yes.
Okay, I have a few reminders to them. Okay, first, the registration through iAttend, and second is evaluation form for evaluate this training and to qualify participant to get CTD point. Okay, last but not least, participants who are not completing these 2 reminders, registration and evaluation, will not getting any CTD point for this program. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, brother and sister, thank you very much for your active participation in this program. You guys can watch this or previous program at our YouTube channel, IUM MSD Competency Development. If the content benefits you, please consider to like, subscribe, and share our channel to others. I hope you guys enjoy the program. Have a safe stay at home. Stay safe and please follow the SOP. And thank you very much, madam, for the informative and very interesting topic. Well, Brother Rostam, clap.
Okay, thank you all very much. All right, I wish you all the best. Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Okay, we will end the session with Tasbih Kafarah and Surah Al-As. Thank you and bye.
Thank you, Madam Aisha. Thank you, MSD.
All right, thank you everyone.
Welcome.
This is very beneficial.
Thank you all.
Thank you, madam. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.